Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will now move to our pledges and then the reading of our FWISD vision and mission statements, which would be led by our Polytechnic High School JROTC cadets.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now with our Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated.
The FWISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning. The FWISD mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
I will now turn it over to Jessica Becerra for our recognitions. Following the recognitions, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with these individuals. Thank you.
Good evening, President Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Ramsey, and members of the board. Tonight, we're delighted to have 3 outstanding groups of students to recognize. At this time, I invite trustees to come down to greet our guests. Tonight, we recognize our greeters from, Tonight, we recognize our greeters from the Polytechnic High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Cadet Major Mariana Huereca, Cadet Major Leonel Mendez, Cadet Second Lieutenant Roberto Basurto, Cadet Captain Brian Lopez, and the program is led by Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Coneriado and Sergeant First Class Carlos Paniagua. Our next group are UIL State Cross-Examination Debate Competitors. Congratulations to Arlington Heights High School for securing both the championship and second place, and to Dunbar High School for its remarkable third place finish in the state UIL Cross-Examination Debate Competition in Austin. From Arlington Heights High School, we have Haya Galagov and Grant Harris, who weren't able to join us, but we have Sarah Walters, Jordan Elizalde, and Coach Mark Denton. From Dunbar High School, we have Logan Case, Mariela Maldonado, Luis Beltran and Hoden Jakub were not able to join us, and we have Coach Reina Nakamoto. A round of applause to all the students involved for their outstanding performances. Your dedication and skills shine brightly. Our next group is the Arlington Heights High School cheerleading team. Congratulations to Arlington Heights High School cheer team for making history with its incredible achievements. Securing both first and second NCAA national championship trophies for school is a remarkable feat. The Yellow Jackets soared to victory in the medium co-ed varsity game day and small co-ed varsity game day divisions, showcasing their talent and dedication. Head coach Kimberly Lopez will read her team's names.
Hello. First off, our first assistant coach, Rhonda Penzick. Our second assistant coach, Andrea Livingston. Some of our members from our small co-ed game day team, Ava Allen, Gianna Flory, Siam Freeman, Kimberly Galicia, Morgan Jones, Aubrey Shooter, Hadley Schrader, and Julius Webster. And some members from our medium co-ed game day team, Bella Dreskel, Kennedy Freeman, Kira Grimes, Bo Hawkins, Lexi McGoodwin, Anna Grace Pearson, and Kimberly Sandoval.
A huge round of applause goes out to head coach Kimberly Lopez, the assistant coaches, and their cheerleaders for their hard work, skill, and teamwork in bringing home these prestigious titles. This concludes our recognitions. I'll turn it back to President Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. I will turn it, okay. Congratulations to everyone honored here this evening. At this time, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with those groups recognized tonight. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who did not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Willow Closser, followed by Mia Morales and Chasten Crump. 2 minutes.
Good evening, board and trustees. My name is Willow Clouser. I have been a lifelong FWISD student, and now I am a junior at I Am Terrell Academy. I would like to thank you in advance for the undivided attention you share with me, just as you have given all of those on the opposite end of the political spectrum. Last time I saw most of you, I was shaking your hands after my school had become the first in over 30 years to advance to the regional level in the UIL 1Acts play competition. Now I'm here advocating for the rights of myself as an LGBTQ student, as well as the rights of all students in Fort Worth for our access to literature, which is essential to how we learn and understand the increasingly more difficult world around us. You've heard many different opinions and viewpoints, and I empathize with how this can become overwhelming for some of you. I also acknowledge the pressure that is being put on you to continue to keep these books off the shelves by some on the far right. But as someone whom this book ban is directly affecting, I urge you to reject this pressure. Growing up, listening to both sides of the political coin from my conservative father and my liberal mother has given me the ability to develop my own opinions about the world around me. These opinions have been further nurtured and educated, not influenced by the books in your library system. By withholding books designed to educate people about things they may not be familiar with, you are nurturing a closed-minded, opinionated system. This system may be the attempt of those to try and get you to influence your opinions, but many of these people have not encountered a schooling system in years. Single-minded belief systems do not work. Students have a right to learn about the way the world works, so I urge you to not let the district's libraries give into this system many are trying to push into our districts. Limiting access to important modern issues through books will lead students to discovering these issues in more harmful ways. I ask you once again to please continue your work to give students the availability to develop their own beliefs through the books they read. We did not ask for this book ban, and now I hope our voices against it will reach open and receptive ears, not deaf ones. Thank you.
Mia Morales, followed by Chasten Crump and Emma Barberina.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and school board trustees. My name is Mia Morales. I'm a junior at Young Women's Leadership Academy, and my family are taxpayers in District 4. I'm here to voice my concerns on book bans and books under review. As I was having struggles writing this speech, I was talking to my teachers about how I was speaking tonight and why it's important to my peers and myself. They mentioned that they would love to be here in support of keeping books in school, but feared risking their jobs. This is an emotional topic, as I have read books from the list being challenged by citizens defending freedom. Banning books undermines the very foundations of education. It deprives students of exposures to diverse perspectives, hindering their ability to hindering their ability to think critically and engage with the world around them. By sheltering students from the uncomfortable truths and controversial ideas, We deny them the opportunity to develop empathy, resilience, and deeper understanding of complex issues. This is an issue larger than myself. I've spoken to admin, staff, and students around my school. For example, one of my classmates has expressed to me it helped her understand other people's stories. Books are a form of art, as they could be therapeutic and be a form of expression. School libraries are safe spaces for students in which they may or may not have the ability or access to a library outside of school. Is Fort Worth ISD in the business of suppressing my academic freedom? Thank you.
Chastain Crump, followed by Emma Barberina and Sharnice Johnson.
Dear members of the FWISD School Board, I stand before you today to shed light on a topic that affects our society, book bans. These seemingly innocuous acts have far-reaching consequences that perpetuate ignorance, prejudice, and a lack of representation. Ignorance is the breeding ground for misunderstanding and fear. When we ban books, we deny our students access to diverse perspectives, historical truths, and critical thinking. Imagine a world where young minds are shielded from uncomfortable truths, where they never encountered the struggles of marginalized communities or the triumphs of those who fought for justice. By banning books, we create a void that ignorance eagerly fills. Next, let's talk about prejudice. When we censor literature, we send a message that some voices are more valuable than others. We silence narratives that challenge the status quo, that question authority, that celebrate diversity. In doing so, we perpetuate biases and stereotypes. We tell our students that certain stories are unworthy, that certain lives don't matter, but they do matter. Every voice, every experience, every struggle contributes to the rich tapestry of humanity. And then there's the issue of representation. Our schools should be mirrors reflecting the beautiful mosaic of our community, but when we ban books, we erase characters who look like our students, who share their backgrounds, who grapple with their same questions. We deny them the chance to see themselves as heroes, as adventurers, as change makers. Representation matters. It shapes self-esteem, empathy, and a sense of belonging. Now let's focus on our own FWISD school district. In 2023 alone, 4,250 different books were challenged for banning, many of which centered on marginalized voices, race, religion, gender identity, or sexuality. These aren't just numbers. They represent missed opportunities for growth, compassion, and understanding. In conclusion, let us not be afraid of representing a minority and do not succumb to religious demands from pedestals of hate and misinformation. Let us stand together against book bans for the sake of our students and our community and the future we envision, where representation for everyone is achievable and not challenged. Thank you.
Emma Barberina, followed by Sharnice Johnson and Bob Jameson.
Good afternoon. I am Emma Elise Barberina, a junior at Arlington Heights High School. Before I begin addressing the issues at the table, I wanted to humanize us, the students, speaking today. From these past few meetings, you've seen the not-so-content parts of us, but just like any student, we got out of school an hour ago. Some of us were excused out of rehearsal or practice for today. We run clubs, play sports. I'm my class president. Our lives outside of this building are like the thousands of kids in the district. But what's interesting is that with this upcoming election year, a lot of my friends are going to be first-time voters. Scary, I know, but the majority of those who aren't able to vote right now, or even in November, are probably going to be able to vote next May. Next May, we'll be close to graduating. I'll be close to leaving the district I've spent most of my life in. Anyone who knows me understands that day in and day out, I spend countless hours of the day and night trying to get everyone to enjoy their high school years. Whether it's fun school activities, the dances, etc., what I find most important is that I want everyone to go to school understanding that they have a friend and that they feel equal. With that, before I leave the district, I want to feel prideful in who makes the decisions that impact our school life. When you are attending meetings for organizations that want to destroy public education, when you allow Christian nationalism to infiltrate the system due to fear, when you fail to provide a curriculum that includes Spanish-speaking students, and when you strip students away from stories that look like them, any pride that I have is lost. So May 3rd, 2025, you get to make your own destiny. I've never been more proud to go to the school I attend. We're a melting pot of people, race, sexuality, background, personalities, and ideals. And what I'm even prouder of is to see a board in front of me that is a complete representation of who we are. I'm upset at the fact that it's being taken over by people who don't look like us. Be the ones to teach us what a democracy is, because it's truly upsetting when we, the students, are being put second to the people who solely care about their ideals. Thank you.
Sharnice Johnson, followed by Bob Jameson and Brian Sanchez.
Good evening, board members, trustees. My name is Sharnice Johnson, and I'm an apprentice at I Am Terrell Academy. So, right now, look at me. I want you to imagine a world where books don't have voices. You don't really have to imagine, do you? Because it's happening right now. Over 118 books have been pulled from our school libraries, discouraging the freedom to express the individuality of apprentices and undermining one of the greatest factors of education. The banning of these books not only stifles our freedom of expression, but also limits our abilities to learn, grow, and emphasize. A portion of the books that were pulled were LGBTQ themed, such as All Boys Aren't Blue. Not only is the boy depicted in the story a part of the LGBTQ community, he's also African American. By pulling this book, you were taking away representation from both communities, and in that, you were taking away the chance for self-discovery. As an apprentice, we are taught to go into the world with an open mind, yet you get to close off ours? What fun is that? The books being pulled from the mind and mouth of today's youth shape future nurses, activists, and teachers, etc., just like those who've come before us. Robbing the young people of the experience of those who came before us would be absolutely comical. So today, I am not here to complain. I'm here to offer a solution. Before permanently taking away our valued books, run them through a panel of students from different age groups. Let the students whose lives that'll be affected by this have a voice. Then based off your feedback together, you make a decision. I'm here standing before you, only asking you to open your mind to possibility. Thank you.
Bob Jameson, followed by Brian Sanchez and Lillian Doze.
My name is Bob Jameson. I serve this community as president and CEO of Visit Fort Worth, and as I came here, I was reminded of last Thursday, I think Wednesday or Thursday celebration of Readers Become Leaders, and the energy that was developed by 8 K through 5 schools, the students from all of those schools raising the roof at Dickey's Arena in their enthusiasm about the reading that they had done, and had earned, and the opportunity that that reading had presented for them in a day away from the campus, but there at Dickey's Arena. But I'm equally inspired by listening to the voices of the students that have been here tonight that are also talking about reading. These are older students, and and articulating a very different message, but one very important to them. So it's amazing to me to see reading celebrated, challenged from two different age groups. I'm here really on behalf of the Mayor's Council of Education and Workforce Development. I'm honored to serve on that committee that was formed by the mayor, the Richardson Foundation, and Texas Community College, and really to create student engagement with business and industry. On behalf of the Mayor's Council, I want to first thank Fort Worth ISD teachers and staff for the work they do in the service of students of Fort Worth. And I also want to thank all of you on the board and the administration for your continued efforts to support the growth of our student population here in Fort Worth. Fort Worth ISD has been around for over 100 years, and you are the community schools. Please know that all of us gathered on that council are here and engaged in that work in order to support you. Thank you so very much.
Brian Sanchez, followed by Lillian Doze and Donetta Chance.
Hello, my name is Brian Sanchez. I want to talk about someone really special to me. She is someone who makes me feel important and happy whenever I achieve something. She is the one to congratulate me and let me know how proud she is of me. We have many pictures together, and when she smiles, it likes the whole school lights up. Her smile makes my heart warm, and it reminds me how much I miss her walking the hallways of Image More. I love you, Miss Myers. Thank you.
To ban a book is to ban a voice, to shackle minds, to limit choice. For in diversity, freedom is found, in varied voices, strength is unbound. To ban a book is to close a door on knowledge's vast and boundless shore. Let's nurture minds with freedom's seed and let diverse voices intercede. To ban a book is to let ignorance shine, destroying variety of open minds. To be an ISD where fear unfolds, let us find the courage to be bold. To ban a book is to sow seeds of doubt, to dim the light that truth is about. Let's foster curiosity, let ideas soar, for in exploration we find much more. To ban a book is to deny the tale, to sever the thread of a vibrant trail. In their pages we find our reflection, a mirror to life, a source of connection. To ban a book is to tear apart the very fabric of a hopeful heart. Written in these pages, words do bloom. In each novel, a heart makes room. To ban a book is to extinguish the spark of wisdom that lights up the dark. For in the freedom to read, we find our voice, and in the power of books, we rejoice. But now a shadow lies ahead, a threat to silence what should be said. For in the name of caution, they seek to restrain the very essence of what makes us humane. So let these pages breathe and live in libraries where minds thrive, the limitations of our worry, and embrace the wisdom found in the story. Thank you.
Donetta Chance, followed by Amanda Inay and Sabrina Ball.
Good evening, esteemed board members. I'm speaking up today for our students and parents at Riverside Middle School. We urge the district to offer remedies to immediately ensure that the locker rooms are hygienic. We understand that some of this could be covered by the bond program, but please take a look at the pictures that are being passed out to you, and you'll see that these conditions are deplorable. The floors are peeling, the benches are worn out, and there's inadequate storage. Not to mention the urinals that are made for a small child. You can't tell if it's urine or if it's rust at the bottom of it. And this impacts the morale and hygiene for our students. Kids are sharing lockers after working out and sweating, so we need at least 15 to 20 of the big blue lockers that you see in the pictures, and to ensure each student's dignity and hygiene. So please take action to ensure that the health and safety of our students, athletes at Riverside Middle School, they deserve it.
Dr. Ramsey, can you please have staff look into that? Thank you.
Amanda Inay, followed by Sabrina Ball and Shanae Dorsey Hollins.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Rodriguez, and board. I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the benefits of Dreambox. The first thing I would like to bring to your attention is you're receiving a packet. This has data from my classroom and how the mathematics instruction has been helpful, has been helped by Dreambox. It is very engaging for students. Your packet also has letters from my students talking about how much they love Dreambox and how much they've learned and grew participating with the program. It is very nice for teachers as well. Teachers can assign lessons specific to each student's needs. Students can send confidential messages when they do not understand a concept to communicate with teachers in a way that is less embarrassing to them. And teachers can see playbacks of where students are struggling and exactly where they're going wrong. So that leads to better intervention and small group tables. It also allows students to take ownership of their learning because they get to choose activities that they like, but also drives the instruction and the objectives. Teachers can pull data in real time, and I'm sure you are aware that data analysts were cut. And it makes our job easier to pull the data so that we know how to address students' needs. And the benefits speak for themselves as far as the overall map and benchmark data that I've provided you tonight. And as well, I ask for your support, each one of you, as you are voting tonight, for Dreambox to help our students and our teachers in mathematical instruction. Thank you.
Sabrina Ball, followed by Trinace Dorsey Hollins and Keisha Thompson.
Since 2019, the district has lost over $488 million in revenue to charter transfers. So why are we losing kids? Some of that is the result of COVID, but after 2022, you still lost money. I can tell you what I see as a parent. When I look at you, I see a group that should be reflective of our community, understands our needs, and is responsive to parents and students. That is not what we are getting. I have lost faith in this board. You are super responsive to bullies and outsiders, but we get the runaround. You are not responsive to us. You play with words and disrespect our intelligence. You gaslight. You have zero obligation to these outsiders. Ms. Trinace of Parent Shield meets with you monthly and comes to every one of these meetings. She should not have to. We should both be at home right now, enjoying time with our families, but this is the only way we are heard. It is disrespectful to make us go through our principles. They often have nothing to do with the issues we are experiencing. Dr. Ryan, when you talked about porn being in the library, you disrespected the educated librarians that chose the books reflective of their campus. Here are 4 books you pulled at the request of bullies and didn't read. I read them. Looking for Alaska, when you pulled this book, you disrespected the kid dealing with profound loss and grief and pondering the meaning of life. Blankets, when you pulled this book, you disrespected the Christian kid pondering the meaning of questioning his faith, who was suffering from child abuse and navigating first love. Flamer, when you pulled this book, you disrespected the kid who just figured out he was gay and is being bullied and is contemplating suicide. And the absolutely true story of a part-time Indian, which is on the summer reading list, when you pulled this book, you disrespected the disabled kid living in poverty, struggling with racism and the generational trauma of his culture. In the last few weeks, you've held community meetings to tell parents about the option you prefer.
Madam,
Time, Ms. Ball. Trinace Dorsey Hollins, followed by Keisha Thompson and Chris Fuentes.
Hi, my name is Trinace Dorsey Hollins, Director of Parent Shield Fort Worth, parent of a Fort Worth ISD student, and the voice of many Fort Worth ISD parents and students. First, I want to give thanks to Dr. Ramsey for moving towards a standard-based report card and drafting a plan with an actual timeline. However, we believe that 3 years is a long time to implement this, something that's so important to families and to students. According to your timeline, the kindergartners today will be bound for 3rd grade by the time the report card is actually implemented. So please take 3 points into consideration. One is that we all know there's a huge disconnect between what report cards say and what our kids are actually doing. 2, we know that there's an even huger disconnect between the reality and what parents actually understand. And then 3, as a parent, we understand that luxury is not afforded to our children. Like this needs to happen now. So we'll continue to do our part to educate parents on advocating for their children's performance, but we want you guys, the board, to do your part to make sure that parents have the tools and the resources that they need in a timely manner Please don't stall our children out. Don't stall us out, the parents. The information on the website, it still doesn't provide us with the information that we need. I just sat in on a meeting 2 weeks ago, and it still doesn't provide us with the information that we need. We need an updated platform. And then Dr. Ramsey, you and Dr. Molinar met with us. Y'all told us that you're not only thinking about creating a new portal for parents, but also for the community. That's needed. You saw the importance that is a need for our community. That's definitely needed. So please make good on it. It's time to make good on it. So parents, we're a force for good for our children's education, but you can't expect parents to solve a problem that they don't realize they have. We need the information.
Keisha Thompson, followed by Chris Fuentes and Tessa Flores.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kiasha Thompson. I'm with Parent Field Fort Worth as well. Parent Shield Fort Worth. My issue is also shortening the timeline for standard-based report cards. As a parent myself, 3 years, it's preposterous. I have a 3-year-old myself, so you're telling me in 3 years, if my child is behind, I have to wait 3 years when he's in kindergarten to find out that he's behind, when we can take the information now and apply it instead of waiting until our children are behind. One of the reasons why I moved my child, I have a 4th grader as well, I moved her out of Fort Worth ISD and put her in Rocket Ship because they're already implementing this type of report card. I found out my daughter is not behind. She's actually gifted. She's in a gifted program because the report cards wasn't reflecting that. They were saying my child didn't know how to do X, Y, and Z, when in all actuality, she was just bored. But if I had that information and the breakdown, I would have known that instead of you asking her, can she multiply fractions and equations and everything, she would know how to do it. She just does it faster than everyone else. So instead of her not knowing, she knows it. So I'm just wanting to see how we can get that timeline down from 3 years to 1 year like other school districts, because it shouldn't take 3 years when we, for fact, have the knowledge that school districts haven't been implemented for a year now. So why are we behind? So in turn, please reconsider the timeline and the frame for grant implementation. Thank you.
Chris Fuentes, followed by Tessa Flores and Aisha Rushden.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Fuentes, and I am a second-year student at Southwest High School. For the past 12 years, I have been a part of the Fort Worth Independent School District. I grew up in the not-so-pretty part of Fort Worth, the South Side. Growing up in the South Side, I was exposed to many different types of people and cultures. I grew up with people experiencing real-world issues, including drug abuse, divorce, discrimination, homelessness, and self-identity issues. This prompted questions to which I cannot find the answer to. My only resources at the time were books. Books like Long Way Down by Jason Reynolds, which include things like grief, fear, and dealing with the cycles of violence. In addition to the book Felix Ever After by Kason Callender, which has issues like bullying, gender identity, and dealing with feelings of insecurity. These books have helped me realize that my reality isn't just mine, and have pushed me to fully express myself without having shame. As a queer Latino, I have experienced racism and homophobia. I believe that we should not limit knowledge and the truth. Being able to read whatever literature you want is not a blessing, but a human right. My peers also relate to the books on this list. All Boys Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson, who gives details of being gay and African American in a society filled with toxic masculinity and white supremacy, helped my peer to not be afraid of the world and to be his true self. I'm not only speaking for myself, but also for people who are afraid to speak on this topic because of safety issues and being targeted by political groups. Some of the reasons why these books are on this list are absolutely absurd. I understand the concern with introducing certain explicit content at such a young age. However, why are we trying to hide recognition of issues that these students and others are living through? Why are we trying to invalidate and hide stories which not only adults are experiencing, but also children and young teenagers? It's better for students to be educated on these explicit topics in a safe setting rather than being exposed to it in a harmful manner. Please ask yourself, is it hurting more than healing? Thank you.
Tessa Flores, followed by Aisha Rushden and Shiloh Roberts.
Good evening. My name is Tessa Flores, and I am here to give the spotlight to an administrator who I appreciate dearly. Her name is Ms. Katie Myers, former AP at MH Moore. My daughter's a special education student, and while I attended an ARD meeting back in 2022, I was in awe of how Ms. Myers conducted this meeting in such a motherly way that comforted me. During that meeting, I noticed how much care she had towards my daughter. It felt like she was her mother at the time who wanted the best for her. Her love for all students is evidently shown, and I will always be thankful for her. This is brief, but it is meant with all my heart, and I just wanted to let you know how much of a great administrator, amazing leader, and caring person she is. Today, we have several people in attendance that would like to spotlight this amazing administrator. If you have been positively impacted by the incredible leadership of Ms. Katie Myers, if you can please stand. Thank you.
Aisha Rustin, followed by Shiloh Roberts and Melanie Watson.
Peace and blessings. My name is Aisha Rushdan, parent and member of Parent Shield. I recently sat on my son's school hiring committee for new and support school staff. What stood out for me at the bottom of the job description for support staff was the phrase bilingual preferred. Fort Worth ISD has family members that are predominantly monolingual English speakers. Conversely, per TEC 29.053C, a school district is required to offer a bilingual education program when enrollment of identified EB learners is at or above 20 students from the same language classification and same grade level across the district. This, however, creates an educational divide and appears to be reverse discrimination, as some students are being intentionally prepared and becoming proficient in bilingualism, while monolingual speakers are left intentionally inadequate and has an educational language deficiency that widens as these monolingual learners progress through their grades. Therefore, I believe to prepare our children from monolingual English families to meet their language requirements and make them 21st century ready, and a district-wide language program should be implemented in the foundational grades when students are acquiring the building blocks for lifelong learning and language skills. If the passing of the 1973 Bilingual Education and Training Act, SB 121, saw Texas setting a precedent for young English learners by statutorily requiring bilingual education for elementary grades if more than 20 students of the same family language enrolled in a grade, then let's set another precedent where Fort Worth ISD families of English language can now access a language program in their early grades. One of the most immediate benefits that comes with early dual language learning is increased cognitive development. The U.S. Department of Education found that children who begin learning a second language before the age of 6 will understand math concepts, solve word problems, develop critical thinking skills, and use logic at a more adept rate.
Time.
We can't wait for high school. It's too late then. And I just...
Shiloh Roberts, followed by Melanie Watson and Celeste Holbrook.
Good evening, I'm Shiloh Roberts, and I'm here to discuss the topic of book banning. To reiterate what I discussed last meeting, I expressed that book banning is not a solution to the issue of exposure. Book banning is only minimizing voices within our community. And I wanted to restate the mission statement that we had previously discussed at the beginning of this meeting. Our Fort Worth ISD Equity and Excellence page directly states that in order to support the success of all Fort Worth ISD students and to ensure that all students are prepared for college, career, and community leadership, the Division of Equity and Excellence will ensure equity in all practices at an organizational level in Fort Worth ISD by providing professional development to educate others on the impact of institutionalized racism and equity, specifically racial equity on student achievement. By banning books, we're going directly against the goal to educate the impact of institutionalized racism and equity. The majority of the books removed from these shelves are stories of people of color, queer identities, and those who have faced societal struggles such as abuse in any form. These said people align with this policy of equity and excellence. With this, they should be able to have access to books that they align with, even if you wouldn't prefer for your kid to read it. The prevention of reading books should be established within your home, but each kid should have the opportunity to feel seen. With this, we will continue fighting until we have the right to uncensored education. Thank you.
Melanie Watson, followed by Celeste Holbrook and Missy Kara.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. Thank you for taking the time out to listen to parents like us. My name is Melanie Watson. I'm with Parent Shield Fort Worth, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my 7 children and all the others that need a mouthpiece. We need transparency. I just enrolled my oldest son and 2 youngest into Fort Worth ISD after having to quit work and homeschool for a year after I pulled my children from a charter school that I had them in because it wasn't feasible for me to drop them off and pick them up every day anymore. I researched all the public schools available in my area and was totally floored because not one had an updated website at the time. I brought this up the last time I spoke here, and I want to commend Como Elementary for indeed updating their website as they promised me they would. I still haven't found a middle school I'm comfortable putting my 2 girls in, and it is not only because of the websites. I saw letter grades and bars and graphs about where each school ranked, and I was overwhelmed, not because it was all bad, because I simply couldn't understand most of it. Not enough to make an informed decision about my children's future. I told my husband once again I'll just stay home and help out and do what I got to do for my children. But how do parents that send their children to the neighborhood schools know that their children will actually learn and not be a statistic? We receive all this statistical data about grades and where the kids need to be, and we don't understand what it actually is. I want to have faith that my children will be learning at their public school. And although I'm a hands-on parent, I need more than pie charts and graphs to help me understand where my children stand. That is transparency. As a parent, we sincerely do care, and we can be more involved if we only understand what is actually going on with our children. School choice vouchers are coming. I ask you, board members, what are we going to do so we can say we have great public schools?
Celeste Holbrook, followed by Missy Kara and Hudson Harris.
My name is Dr. Celeste Holbrook. I am a sex educator. I have a PhD in health education with a postgraduate emphasis in sex education. I have 2 kids at Fort Worth ISD, both at World Languages Institute. The district has recently adopted the Choosing the Best sex education curriculum, despite much opposition. The curriculum is shame-based, cites ineffective, biased, very little research, and is, more importantly, not offered in Spanish. When we contacted the curriculum vendor about Spanish materials, they said that caregivers and teachers should use Google Translate for emerging bilingual speakers and Spanish-speaking families. As advocates for comprehensive and inclusive education, we firmly believe that sex education curriculum should be readily available in Spanish for students and their families. While Google Translate may be helpful for quick phrases or to translate singular words, it's grossly ineffective at translating full curriculum. It lacks the ability to translate context, nuanced language, and cultural sensitivity. When teaching a delicate and important subject like sex ed, are we really okay leaving our emergent bilingual students and Spanish-speaking families behind? The answer is no, because you wouldn't do it for math or science or any other curriculum. So please consider removing the Choosing the Best and find another alternative like the one we've already paid for called Health Smart. And to the students over here on the left, I hate that you have to be here, and I love that you are.
Missy Kara, followed by Hudson Harris and Meredith Bowman.
Good evening. I didn't expect that I'd be back up here so soon, so I'm just going to keep it very short. I actually just came up to ask y'all about an item on 5A, and that I wanted to ask y'all to please withdraw the application for the $1.5 million CDC grant for improving adolescent health and well-being program for What Works in Schools. This is going to commit the district to survey students in grades 6 through 12 on invasive and personal information that's related to mental, behavioral, and sexual health. And my concern is that the district is going to be willing to commit for this exchange of information for money. and that I'm also concerned about how you're going to be able to address to get parent consent for these surveys that will be done. I did bring other things that I'd love to share with y'all. I'm probably just going to email it to you, but I just, again, wanted to ask you to please consider withdrawing the application for that grant. The first two that Fort Worth ISD aligned with, one turned into a failure, a complete failure, and that I just think it's a bad idea. So thank you so much.
Hudson Harris, followed by Meredith Bowman and Donna Collins.
Hello, I'm Hudson Harris from Arlington Heights High School. I'm here with my fellow students to stand against book bans in our schools. I once again come here as the most important stakeholder in this ordeal, the student. The student that's against censorship in our libraries, the student that stands for teens that rely on books as their lifeline. I can't sit idly by and allow a Christian nationalist prerogative to infiltrate our schools and persuade or intimidate the board, especially when some members have already entertained these groups with their own private meetings. This worries me because it allows bias in the important decisions that have been made and the important decisions to come. With this issue surrounding books, it's truly not about the content. Anyone can look this stuff up, and it's often important content that sheds light on marginalized groups that need a voice. No matter what y'all think, children do have the capability to develop their own ideas based on what they read. The books don't just poison our minds instantly, we can make rational decisions. For me, the issue surrounds the censorship-based agenda. Censorship only breeds resentment. This resentment causes kids to seek out the banned books or activities anyway. Just like the sex education ordeal the other month, this banning is coming from a Christian nationalist agenda. I want to push the fact that schools should be completely secular. Books are vital resources that give unique perspectives, and the Christian agenda has no place in driving any school decisions. Thank you very much.
Meredith Bowman, followed by Donna Collins and Jessica Hilbert.
Good evening, board and Dr. Ramsey. I just have one thing to go over this evening, and I'm going to keep it very short. Surveys. With the agenda item that Ms. Caro was speaking on, I say that this is one of the parts of the grants that she talked about. These youth risk behavior surveys, or YRBS surveys, are presented to students without parent consent. I would like to remind you all, 2 years ago, myself and another parent filed 12 grievances on these types of surveys. This is a part of that CDC grant. The survey questions are very inappropriate without having parents know what the questions are going to be. I just simply ask that you vote no on Agenda 5A. Thank you.
Donna Collins, followed by Jessica Hilbert, and our final speaker, Brenda Ciardiello.
Hi, I'm Donna Collins, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD resident, a taxpayer, and a Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom volunteer. I'm here to address some concerns related to Citizens Defending Freedom as an organization, as well as age-inappropriate learning materials commented on last month and at this meeting. For one, Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom speakers are just what the name implies. We're residents of Tarrant County, and several of our members specifically reside within Fort Worth ISD. We are citizens directly affected by the decisions made by this board, and we have concerns for the children in Fort Worth ISD. We are part of the community and have a vested voice in this conversation. Moreover, our organization is not given to dubious legal arguments. In fact, we have a legal department in the state of Texas, and we have several professional members in leadership. But at the end of the day, we are everyday citizens who also equip other citizens to champion the protection of children and bolster parental rights in Fort Worth and Tarrant County. We are astute in our knowledge of HB 900 and the TSLAC guidelines, and will not bend to individuals or organizations that place their own inaccurate narrations on our values, beliefs, and actions. TSLAC has clearly outlined that age-inappropriate materials are not to be in schools and libraries. There are no age-inappropriate materials being banned by Citizens Defending Freedom or this board. It is the law of Texas. So all these speakers that are coming to this board to try to change their mind, you need to take your fight to Austin. We are here today as Tarrant County citizens to dispel the false ruminations that have been subjected upon myself and an organization that I am a part of. It is an organization that has been successful in protecting children from being subjected to age-inappropriate learning materials. We stand on our actions and will not waver in our resolve. Thank you, and God bless Fort Worth ISD and Tarrant County.
Jessica Hilbert, followed by Brenda Ciardiello.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and board trustees. I'm Jessica Hilbert. I am a parent of a Fort Worth ISD student, a taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD, and also an employee of Fort Worth ISD. I would like to thank you all for your steadfast support of high quality instructional materials for all students in Fort Worth ISD. As a parent of one current and one future Fort Worth ISD student, I can say that the premier resources that you all approve, such as Eureka, Dreambox, and Amplify, are a primary reason why my husband and I continue to enroll our kids within the district. Thank you for understanding that there isn't a magic wand that you can wave that will instantly accelerate student learning, that this process takes years. And it is hard work on teachers to learn new resources and new ways of doing things. But know that the students can tell a difference. And when my son comes home talking about how excited he is regarding his Dreambox level, or what he learned in his Eureka math lesson, or what all he's learning within his Amplify reading materials, I know that you, the board, have made and will continue to make the right decisions for all of our students. Thank you again.
And our final speaker is Brenda Ciardiello.
Good evening. Thanks for pronouncing my name right. I'm impressed. I'm here tonight for a couple of reasons. I first want to say that I'm just so heartened by these incredible students who are here participating in this process of making their voices heard so articulately. You are why I chose to send my children to Fort Worth ISD, because you're products of a community and an environment that exposes you to a diverse set of beliefs, ways of life, ways of thinking, and an ability to think critically and freely. Critically and freely. Critically, you get to look at both sides. That's what we want for our kids, right? I think you all must want it too, because you're here involved, okay? I know that all the parents here have chosen Fort Worth ISD with intentionality and with thoughtfulness. And so I think it's important that we're all here talking about these issues that cannot be ignored. At the same time, I'm also a little bit disturbed by what I've seen happen over the past couple of years, watching somebody come up to this podium who is not directly a stakeholder in Fort Worth ISD, who is not a parent, who is not a teacher, who is not directly involved with a child in Fort Worth ISD in any way, has no business making decisions. And I don't understand, befuddled, completely bewildered by this idea that an outside adult would be so concerned with the protection of my child that they are showing up at a meeting like this. Not acceptable to me. I would urge this board to stop paying lip service, to stop paying attention to non-stakeholder requests and prioritizing them over those of stakeholders like us. That is my request to you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next on the agenda is reports and presentations. Dr. Ramsey.
Just as a reminder, our public notice of federal grant applications is a report only. So we're going to, unless there are any questions from the board. All right.
Can we ask questions after the reports?
On that item?
Yes.
Should they do it during the item? Questions about an item?
Yes, that's fine. Okay.
All right, in that case, we're going to move.
Thank you. We're up to our next presentation. Dr. Ramsey.
Our CFO is at the podium and ready. We have our 24-25 budget presentation.
Good evening. Oops, is this on? Good evening. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer for the district. Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Ramsey. This is our, if the board services will kindly put up the presentation, please. The presentation this morning is really our first look at the 24-25 budget. It outlines our, first and foremost, our Fort Worth ISD strategic priorities that align with not only our new upcoming draft strategic plan, but also our former plan that had the same priorities, and that being our student academic excellence, student and family experience, employee engagement and effectiveness, and of course, organizational effectiveness and cohesion. So our budget is aligned along that similar path that we will be bringing forward. This is the budget calendar, and we are in the fourth quarter, so this is one of the most exciting times that we have during the budget process, where we get to compile the budget and bring forward a recommendation ultimately to all of you. This year, we're looking to bring the budget forward on June 11th, which is a couple of weeks earlier than we have done in the past. But again, this is a non-legislative year, so we have the opportunity to be able to bring a budget to all of you by June 11th, and that is our goal to do so. In that last, in the month of July is when we began our fiscal year and go through the process of integrating that budget into our systems. And then in August of 24, we come forward to you with the certified values and propose to you with a tax rate. So this budget development process has started, as I just indicated in the calendar, for quite a while. But our campus and department is complete. One of the things that I'm really proud of this year, but I cannot take credit for the idea, it's actually an idea from Mr. Stephen Poole, who actually indicated that they wanted to see the local funding in our campus improvement plan. So when a member of the community goes out to look at our campus improvement plan on the website, they'll pull it up, and not only will it have our entitlement dollars, but it'll also have our local funds. So we've done a lot of work in strategically aligning that information so that the community has it all in one resource. One of the things that we've done is we've aligned staffing guidelines this year for the campuses, and that has been very important work, particularly in light of ESSER funding ending. So we've really had to do a lot of heavy lifting there to try to align to the staffing guidelines. We also have some certain constraints, as we've been talking before, particularly at the Board Finance Committee meeting, which some of you are members, where we've had some constraints related to our revenues coming in, not aligning with the expenditures, and so really having to do some work to pass a strategically balanced budget. Over the course of the last 6 or 7 years, the district has historically passed a deficit budget. So we've really worked hard also at the department level to try to bring us in line with those constraints. We also have, we are also in the process and just about finalized the additional budget requests, those additional requests from the departments that are new initiatives and or new items that have come forward either because of a grant ending or ESSER ending. And so we've prioritized all of those and are incorporating into the budget. Again, our goal is to get to a budget adoption on June 11th. By 2 weeks before we normally do, and statutorily we're required to approve a budget by June 30th of every year, and our fiscal year then begins July 1st, 2024. I want to talk briefly about some of the budget challenges that we've had, and those are just the key ones that we've been working with over the last year. As you know, we have decline in enrollment. And we are currently looking at about a 1,700 student decline. Our ADA, however, has improved, which is a bright spot. We have had an improvement since 2021 of our ADA. It continues to climb, and that is a positive for us. The lack of additional funding from the state, as you know, and I'm sure you've heard and read, as have I, with regards to that there was no increase in the basic allotment since 2019. All districts across the state have had a basic allotment imposed of $61.60 per ADA, and that has continued to be the case since 2019. So this year we're very hopeful. As at the start of this fiscal year, when we passed the deficit budget that we passed last year, we were hopeful that we would get an infusion of dollars by that increase of the basic allotment, which did not occur and has not yet occurred, despite all of the multiple special sessions that came forward. So that is an issue that we continue to battle and continue to go into this with this budget. The additional requirements for safety and security, despite having an infusion of dollars from the state, we get $2,712,000 from our calculation of through the state formula. We will be bringing a budget more or less of about $17.4 million in safety and security. We do have an increase in that particular budget owner of about $3 million for 24-25, and that's the continued requirements from the state related to safety and security. So that particular area is something that we're going to focus on for advocacy to see if the state will increase that particular item. The end of ESSER funding, $261 million over the last 3 years, that is ending. And we have done a review of critical programs and positions in this year as we move to sunset this particular program. And we have shifted positions and programs into other entitlements, such as Title I through Title IV, or local funding as appropriate to ensure that the programs that are meeting the needs of our students are continued despite the lack of funding. I mentioned the staffing guidelines adjustments that we took into consideration. I'm going to talk a little bit about the potential increase in TRS active care at the end of the presentation because that is something that's important to us and one of our key strategic priorities of employee recruitment and retention. We had a program change earlier this year that we've incorporated those into the budget. And then the last 3 items, the textbook adoption gaps, the equipment replacements, technology infrastructure needs, and I'll add another one with regards to the capital needs that we have. These are our bigger challenges because these are large purchases, they're one-time in nature, and they are not necessarily funded through the core operational budget, but more through a capital budget. But those are some that we still have to review and we still have to address and discuss. Taking a look at the revenue for 24 we're projected to be at $817.7 million as we end the year for 23-24 with, as I indicated, some improvement there in ADA, some improvement in our interest, and then offset by some reduction in our SHARS revenue that we received from the state, which is related to Medicare billings. So overall, as compared to 24-25, we are looking at a budget of $815,914,000. Again, this is a reflection of the amount of students that we are going to program into the budget and offset by the property taxes that we are labeled to receive. I will make a note about the property taxes. We are scheduled to receive our certified values within this next week. Preliminary look at that looks like we're going to be up about 12%. But again, that's during the preliminary, so it usually tends to go down by the time we get to certified values. So we did attend a meeting with the Tarrant Appraisal District, and that was our understanding is that we would receive those files by the end of this week as scheduled. Okay. Again, we're still reviewing and making final adjustments, so these numbers will change slightly as we move forward to the end of the budget process as we continue to monitor the trends to make sure we're on point. I know this is really small, but this is really our, I apologize for that, but this is our 23-24 forecast. And on this particular slide is where we ended the year in 22-23. With a surplus of $50.4 million that added to our fund balance. The original budget that we adopted in 23-24 with a deficit projected at $45,322,000. We've revised budget to date that reflects as we rolled over purchase orders related primarily to technology, equipment, and TRE. And then we're projecting that we think we'll end the year with a deficit of about $43,374,000 once we get to the very end of the year. That number will also change, just depends on as things materialize. We have a purchase order deadline this Friday, trying to get everything in and finalized to see where we're actually going to end up in our forecast. To give you some information regarding our budget development dates, today is the budget presentation, and on May 14th, we'll be giving you a property value discussion. This is a requirement from TEA and affects one of our first indicators that indicates that we have to provide this information to the board, so the board is aware of the property values. And so we're going to give that presentation and a budget presentation. We'll also, Chief Woodrow Bailey from Talent Management will also be giving a presentation on the compensation and give you more detailed information as to those particular areas. It'll be a workshop, and we hope to provide you with information and answer any non-questions that you may have at the detailed level at that time. On May 28th, we would like to propose that the board adopt a compensation plan and then provide you with another budget update. And then on June 11th, we're proposing that the board adopts the general fund, debt, and food service budgets at that time. Again, statutorily, we're required to adopt a budget by June 30th of the end of this fiscal year. Okay. One of the things that we launched this year is we launched this QR code through Thought Exchange, and I certainly invite members of the public if they would like to click on the code and provide information to us. We are compiling it, and what are the priorities that we should consider when developing the budget, and any specific considerations to address the budget shortfall. We've received some information back, and we're going to share that out at the one of the upcoming, either the workshop or the meeting. The thought that keeps resonating is to not make cuts at the campus. And so that's one of the thoughts that keeps resonating with the information that's coming through. And so we are mindful of that at all times to try to not cut at the campus level, and which is in line with what people are telling us. Moving on, this is giving you a little bit more information about the TRS and what's happening there, because this does impact our budget so greatly. First and foremost, TRS has informed us that their health plan with Baylor Scott & White, which is an HMO, which is a health maintenance organization, that they have decided to discontinue that plan as of the end of this the plan year, which is August 31st. And so we have 174 employees on that plan. And so we're looking to get that information out to them to make them aware of the choice that they have. They will be, if they do not choose the plan during the annual enrollment and they're still enrolled in TRS Active Care, TRS will automatically enroll them in the Primary Plus plan so that there is no gap in coverage. So that's one step that's happening at TRS. The other step that's happening is probably the most impactful, and that is the continued increase in the premium that we're looking at for next year. So we are hearing, this is a slide from the board book from TRS from February 15th that is on their website for you all to see the entire presentation. But I would like to point out that in this particular slide that in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, we did have an increase. And so we're hearing that it's going to be about 10% increase in the premium. So that is substantial. And they continue to be subsidized by the state. And there's a lot more information that I would invite you to go peruse on their website. Here is the, from the district perspective, so if a 10% were passed along 100% to the employees, it would result in a $46.10 increase. And then those are the, those are the percentages that would increase for the employee. Last year, the district picked up the full amount. In the increase in the premium, we picked up the $44 in the increase in the rate. I believe it had not been raised in a number of years, so it went from $287 to $331. So for the district, this is looking at the employee side, but for the district to absorb 100% of that would be an increase of $3.4 million. So that's just something to keep into perspective as we move forward to talk about compensation in the next month. This is a piece that also becomes part of the compensation package. We will not know about this until the first week in May, so we'll have some updated information for you by the May 14th meeting. But I will just go back to this particular slide, is that without additional appropriations from the state, that TRS premium will continue to rise. So that is something that is crucial, and we're keeping an eye on that since it impacts so many of our employees. With that, that is the first look at the budget for 24-25, and I stand ready for any questions that you may have.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Where does recapture fall into this equation?
Yes, so recapture is part of our budget. So it's included in here in function 91, contracted instructional services for public schools. So it's a line item in our budget. And so we're estimating with the improvement in the ADA, it's $4,864,000 for 23-24. Last year, it was $2,483,000. And then projected so far for 24-25, it's about $7.4 million. Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I noticed that our fund balance is fluctuating a bit. Could you just elaborate on that?
Absolutely.
Because I know we looked at the last time you spoke to us, 161 days is what we had in reserves. Could you tell us how we're managing that and just let the public know? Because
Absolutely.
it's healthy and it's hearty.
Our fund balance is very healthy. Typically, through the Government Finance Officers Association, our goal should be anywhere between 60 to 90 days of fund balance. And the fund balance is measured per day. So you would look at the total expenditures in any given year, and you divide it by 365 to come up with a daily rate. And so our fund balance as of the end of June 30th had 158 days. And so we are well over the 90-day marker. The $43 million is projected as part of our assigned fund balance and is not taken into consideration in our unassigned fund balance. Is that
Thank
helpful?
you.
Absolutely.
Yes, very helpful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, team. And on to our next presentation, Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you, and it allows me the opportunity to give a little bit of a shout out. Let me introduce Dr. Charles Garcia. Garcia.
Well, gracias. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ramsey. And good evening, President Rodriguez and school board members. And thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We're going to talk about our middle schools and share the excellent opportunities for families in our area. We recognize that the transition from elementary school to middle school can seem daunting and sometimes intimidating for parents and students. This is especially true for students making their first transition or a first child into middle school. We want to ensure that we provide the information for our parents to make an informed choice, ensure that the opportunities we provide at Fort Worth ISD are unparalleled when compared to any other system in our city. Fort Worth ISD has 24 middle schools across our district that are prepared to serve our students and meet all the needs of our families. Our campuses provide the launching pad for the leaders of tomorrow. We like to say Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins. We like to kick off with a new marketing video about our middle schools.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
How about an applause for our Fort Worth ISD? Whether you're from the north side, south side, east side, or west side, and every corner in between, Fort Worth ISD Middle School stand as pillars of support for our communities and all students who enter our doors. For over a century, we've been the beating heart of Fort Worth neighborhoods. And today, we are delighted to showcase why our middle schools are the heartbeat of our city. Who better to convey this message than our dedicated principals who tirelessly cultivate student growth and enrich the fabric of our neighborhoods every single day. Please help me welcome McLean Principal Barbara Ozuna, Rosemont Principal Javier Sanchez, Morningside Principal Dr. Rhonda McGuire, and New Meacham Principal Melissa Rincon to share some information about our middle school programs. First, please welcome Barbara Ozuna.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and trustees. It is a great pleasure to be here, and I thank you for the opportunity that I have to get to share with you what I think is the best place in Fort Worth ISD, a very well-kept secret, our middle schools. Now, we have to admit that when we think back, none of us probably would want to go back to middle school if we ever had a back to the future moment. However, middle schools are a unique place and a special place and an important place in a child's development. It is not elementary school, but it's definitely not high school. Although middle school, I think, gets us to where we are in high school, and the young people who spoke tonight are a testament to the work that they did in middle school that got them prepared to have the confidence and the willingness and the dedication to talk to us adults. I am lucky that I am the principal of the middle school that I attended when I was a 6th, 7th, and 8th graders way a long time ago. I won't tell you exactly how long. At the time, I was a recent immigrant to the United States and did not speak English very well. And McLean offered me a place where I learned to figure out what it meant to be a Texan. So I appreciate being up here. There's nothing like being a principal of a middle school. Unlike families who get to experience the middle school experience and then move on, we in the middle school principalship get to keep experiencing it over and over again. And what I can tell you is that it is a unique and special time. And although the kids are bigger, they're still awfully cute. So, in Fort Worth ISD, our students don't need to wait until high school to take care of some advanced academic opportunities. That doesn't mean that we're trying to have them leave high school early. What it means is that kids who want the challenge can have that challenge in the hopes that when they get to high school, they get to explore possibilities, again, as showcased by our fabulous student speakers today. So Algebra 1, English 1, biology, and geometry are offered at many of our middle schools. The goal for students who take these courses is to keep taking math, science, English, and social studies courses all the way up through their high school career and expand into AP offerings, dual credit offerings, early college offerings, and get to college knowing that they have success in hand. Because as I always say, you want to make sure that your first and hardest experience is something you know you can do because you've already done it. Similarly, speaking of college and career readiness courses, we have things that kids need that may not be so quote unquote academic, but are just as important. Knowing how to type is pretty darned important, which gets us to touch system data entry. Professional communication is something that students need at all grade levels, and it is unique that our middle school students get that opportunity because we want them to feel confident speaking in public, and that's especially important when at the middle school level they're so shy and worried that everybody's looking at them. So giving them that confidence to speak is important. And then lastly, general employability skills is a 7th grade course that is also a high school credit course that allows students to explore careers. Because again, what do kids know about careers if somebody doesn't teach it to them? They might know what their families are doing or what people in their neighborhoods do, but there's a wealth of information out there, and exploring those career paths is really special. Another opportunity for students to sort of showcase their talents and to explore what they can do is by taking language courses. Spanish is offered at every middle school, but so is high school Spanish. And the difference between Spanish and high school Spanish is that although Spanish will give you a high school credit if you take Spanish in high school Spanish is actually geared specifically to our heritage speakers and our native speakers who speak Spanish at home, and this affords them an opportunity to not just speak Spanish, but to learn the reading, the writing, the literature of the culture that they come from. Now, obviously, as I've said before, we do not expect middle school students to come in being middle schoolers, and certainly not little high schoolers. That transition is important. It's important that we give students the support that they need to become the human beings we all want them to become, and the confident students and adults that they surely will. So therefore, we make sure that we give them a laptop for every student, access to tutoring resources before school, after school, Saturdays, support courses such as double blocked classes that allow them to get the support they need and, as I say, fill the potholes so that they can then soar. And for some of our students who need the special education support, we are very dedicated to our inclusion classes and our special needs classes so that, again, students can reach their maximum abilities, as well as our emergent bilingual services, which allows students from different cultural and linguistic backgrounds to learn how to navigate in this English world. I am now privileged to introduce Mr. Javi Sanchez, who will talk about extracurricular activities.
Thank you, Barbara. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and trustees. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to address you tonight. I'm very excited to share with you arguably the most enjoyable aspect of our students' middle school day, extracurricular activities. The opportunities add a layer of excitement, they add a sense of school pride, and they serve as a motivator to excel academically. Furthermore, they play a vital role in the development of leadership skills among our students. The extracurricular experiences that Fort Worth ISD offers set us apart from our competition, and they provide unique opportunities that enrich the lives of our students and their families alike. Here in Fort Worth ISD, we see athletics as more than just being physically fit. It's an opportunity to embrace an active lifestyle and its benefits. It also prioritizes the teaching of valuable leadership skills that are learned through teamwork, how to overcome adversity through healthy competition, and a sense of school pride by pushing yourself for the good of the whole. Our middle schools offer a range of athletic opportunities, including football, basketball, cross country, soccer, track, and volleyball. Through these sports, students not only stay active, but also learn essential lessons in collaboration, community, and resilience. I could speak to you all day about the immense pride and joy our students show as members of our fine arts programs at Rosemont Middle School. And on the slide, I just want to call special attention to one of the best educators, mentors, and people I know, my band teacher, Mr. Alejandro Story. As part of our fine arts program, our middle school students get to express themselves, foster their development, and simply put, they get to be their best creative self. The diverse array of opportunities that we offer are listed for you on the screen. We offer art, band, choir, orchestra, theater, mariachi, and dance, and at multiple levels. As a district, we're also very proud of the recent exceptional achievements that our middle schools have shown in UIL Orchestra. Fort Worth ISD brought home, let me read this right, an impressive 9 sweepstakes awards, along with 4 plaques for superior ratings in concert and 1 plaque for superior ratings in sight readings. And I'm sure that if we dove into each one of these, we'd be able to cite similar achievements across the board. And of course, if students are passionate about this, they're able to continue on in high school with, I'm sure, very similar results. For students that are considering a future in the military, we proudly offer the Junior Cadet Corps program for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Our JCC program has seen a big push, not just towards leadership, but also college and career readiness. Many of our top students choose to continue their experience in the JROTC program when they get to high school, as you evidenced earlier at the start of this meeting, because they see the benefit of the program to themselves and to their own growth. It is with great pride that I get to announce that our JCC Core program is the largest of its kind in the country, and it offers unparalleled opportunities for our students to develop leadership skills, discipline, and a sense of civic duty. And for students that are seeking an extra challenge or aim to further develop as leaders, we do provide a variety of academic clubs and competitions, including Whiz Quiz, UIL Academics, and Spelling Bee, among others. If you've ever attended any of these, they get just as competitive and intense as any football or soccer match across the city. Our student councils also allow our students' voices to be collected and heard, so we can continue to provide a middle school experience that our students want. We will continue to provide these opportunities for students to discover and pursue their passions. At this time, it is my pleasure to announce Dr. Rhonda McGuire.
Thank you, Xavier. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, trustees. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you tonight. At Fort Worth ISD, one of the reasons we stand out as the top choice for families is our comprehensive support services. By addressing student needs at every turn, we demonstrate our commitment to nurturing every aspect of students' well-being, not just their academic achievements. We understand that many families have schedules that don't align with traditional school hours, which is why we extend the school day through Fort Worth After School. This not only keeps the fun going, but also provides essential supports for families who need it. Fort Worth ISD offers various programs, and we also collaborate with trusted partners such as Clayton Yes and the YMCA. These programs offer academic assistance and enrichment opportunities in STEM, athletics, fine arts, and professional skills development. At my school in particular, at Morningside Middle School, we have the Fort Worth After School All-Stars, which provides several activities such as crafts, fine arts, dance, field trips, and they even offer some summer programming as well. In addition, we have established referral systems to connect families with support services beyond the school setting through our Family Resource Center and Family Action Center. Furthermore, our school resource officers, in partnership with the Fort Worth Police Department, play a very vital and crucial role in supporting these efforts. We recognize that our middle school families often require health services, and as a district, we are certainly here to meet the needs. Fort Worth ISD offers behavioral health supports along with no-cost vision screenings. We're dedicated to assisting families in accessing free vision exams and glasses when needed. Additionally, we host vaccine clinics to ensure our students receive necessary immunizations. These resources are provided at many school locations and make it more accessible for our students. For example, at Morningside Middle School, we recently had an immunization clinic in February, and we had numerous students who was able to get their immunization that they needed through that clinic. Every middle school has a counselor available to support students as well. At Morningside, like you will see at many, many middle schools, you'll see teachers, counselors, staff, stakeholders, everybody involved striving to work together to make sure that we are focusing on the whole child, because we know that it is important to meet all the needs of the students in order for them to get their academic success. These services underscore our commitment to the holistic development of every child in our district. While providing these services is not mandatory, we take pride in offering them to our families. And I also want to add, as a first-year principal here in Fort Worth ISD, I'm really proud to be a part of a district who are able to provide these types of services to our students. Now I'll pass the floor to Melissa Racon.
Thank you, Rhonda. Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and trustees. I'm thrilled to be with you tonight, sharing what makes our district special. I have a unique experience to speak on the topic of the Fort Worth ISD difference. I previously worked for Fort Worth ISD for 17 years as a teacher, a program coordinator, a dean, an assistant principal, and then a principal. I live in Fort Worth, ironically, across the street from a Fort Worth ISD middle school. My entire life as a Fort Worth resident has been shaped by a drumbeat. The school bells ringing, the band practicing, bus tires spinning, and students chattering each day as school begins and ends. My own children graduated from Fort Worth ISD. When my youngest graduated last year, I had the opportunity to grow as a leader and serve as a high school principal in another district outside of Tarrant County. While I honor that experience, I am grateful and humbled that I had the opportunity to return to Fort Worth ISD once again to lead and inspire. And I wanted to come back because of this fact. I am led and inspired by the people who make up Fort Worth ISD. Our students, great job, by the way, our teachers, our counselors, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our custodians, our parents, my fellow school leaders, and our district leadership and board. At Fort Worth ISD, our people are the heart of the district, embodying the spirit of where the best begins. Every day, I witness individuals who deeply care about our children and our community, who are willing to talk to one another about deep and profound issues facing our students and society today. I'm eager to share how this collective dedication is shaping our middle schools. Our certified and highly trained professionals are making a significant difference in our schools and in students' lives. They continually bring their expertise back into the classroom, collaborate in teacher teams to foster growth, and engage in problem solving to ensure our students' needs are always met. Last week, I sat in a social studies PLC at Meacham Middle School and had the opportunity to dialogue with 2 teachers, a curriculum specialist, and an instructional coach, all who were analyzing student work and discussing what was missed in the first teach. These individuals demonstrated a commitment and created an action plan to ensure that every single student succeeded. Last Friday night, I had the opportunity to watch not only my Meacham Eagles excel on the soccer field at Clark Field, but I got to reconnect with 5 other middle school principals and communities who were also present to watch and celebrate their students on the fields. This commitment of middle school leaders takes place after hours, rain or shine, week after week, and is an example of the above and beyond commitment Fort Worth ISD promises its students and families. At Meacham, we are also committed to ensuring that our elementary schools, and I have to shout out those Mustangs I see in the audience, we're committed to make sure that our elementary students coming to us have a smooth transition to middle school. Next week, the Meacham team will be coming to all of our feeder elementary schools and hosting parent meetings to listen, to learn, and to invite every middle school or every elementary student, 5th grader, to a shadow day at Meacham Middle School in May, where they will get to experience what it's like to be a Meacham Middle School student for a day and ease that transition from elementary to middle. Put simply, each of these are examples of 2 core values that make Fort Worth ISD and Fort Worth Middle Schools different. We model the values of connection and collaboration. Between our supportive community and dedicated staff, we can collaboratively uplift our students, connect with our families, and implement lasting solutions to enhance our school system. I'll pass it back over to Dr. Garcia.
As you see, beyond the 4 corners of the classroom, Fort Worth ISD benefits from an engaged and involved community. The ability to share information with you in a room filled with individuals who care deeply about Fort Worth ISD and can comment to a board of elected officials is a unique aspect of public schools that sets us apart. Together, we unite as Fort Worth to ensure the best education for our students. We extend our gratitude to all our principals here tonight for their presentations, for their presence, for their energy, and their ongoing dedication in leading our campuses. Your hard work is truly valued. At this time, we welcome any questions you may have or insights you wish to share regarding the middle schools you represent and what makes them exceptional. Thank you.
Trustee Luevanos.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Thank you for this insight report on all of our middle schools. No, not all of them, but on 4 of them. I have a quick question. Do we offer the same courses on all of our middle schools, like Algebra 1, English 1, and Biology in our middle schools?
We offer at Fort Worth ISD an opportunity for our kids to get those classes. However, not at all middle schools do we offer the same courses concurrently. So to answer that, some of our middle schools offer 2 of those, some of them offer 3. As a matter of fact, some offer even more advanced courses. So
if a student from the east side wants to take a course on the west side, how can we make that connection?
yeah, that's a good question. What we want to do is ensure that we articulate to all our campuses the belief that our kids need to extend that learning and take advanced courses. It would not probably be foreseeable to have one student in one campus take it on another side of the campus, of the city. But what we can do is ensure that we look at the master schedule and really look at ways that we can ensure that our students have the opportunities to take those classes.
Thank you. And do we offer mariachi at McLean? You know?
It's a good question.
No, Barbara says no.
We do not at this time.
Thank you. Because we have Pasco that has the Panteras, and we have South Hills that has the Scorpions, but we don't have a mariachi program like Northside has at the middle school that fits into a high school. So I believe it puts Pasco at a disadvantage when competing when we don't have a mariachi program early on like the other middle schools.
That's a really good point, and just a little bit of a point of clarity as to how even master schedules are made. Master schedules are made based on student counts. So what courses, what activities do our students interested in? And so I think that that's something that we can take out and ensure that our students know that there are additional opportunities. And maybe they may choose one particular extracurricular instead of another. And so we need to talk to them about what those choices could be.
Thank you. I have noticed that the mariachi at Pasco is growing from, within the high school. So thank you.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I started my teaching career at the middle school level and found out that those are my people. And you're right, they're quirky and in the middle and wanting so badly to be treated like adults and not quite knowing how to handle that cognitively, but they are precious members of our society. I also want to thank Fort Worth ISD as the parent of 3 kids who have matriculated through our system for the willingness to invest in and offer these advanced courses at the middle school level. Not every school district is willing to make that investment in students because, ironically enough, accelerating student learning at the middle school level can negatively affect accountability ratings, which doesn't make sense to me, but I won't go down that rabbit hole right now. And so I appreciate the fact that Fort Worth ISD has prioritized my students' needs at the expense of potentially higher accountability ratings. So thank you, Fort Worth ISD, for that. I'm also a big believer that improvement is the process of capitalizing on the really great things that are happening while recognizing that there's always, nothing is beyond improvement. There is always room for growth and betterment. And we just heard a report of great things that are happening in Fort Worth ISD middle schools. My question would be, especially to the principals, what would make our middle schools even better, and how can this board support that?
They're going to punt to me if that's okay. I was a middle school principal myself. You made a great point, and the point that you made was that we're not always where we need to be. When we look at middle school and the transition, coming from elementary to middle school, the coherence and the alignment as noted earlier, needs to be Loctite. And so as a district, we have to understand that in order for us to get better, our kids need to have clarity, our teachers need to have clarity on what to expect moving from the elementary to the middle to the high school. And so how you improve is you improve systems, and you go back and you look at what course offerings we do offer at our schools, what is the high school offering, and how can we align that so that we can have a methodology, a strategy per se, to ensure that we're maximizing those resources at the middle school. It's a great question, but I will tell you that in my experience, that is something that will definitely, improve our systems, and it's on our radar.
Thank you. We got a couple more comments behind you.
We had to have some wait and thinking time.
I understand.
So we sort of had a quick, brief conversation, and the truth is, every school is different.
Yeah.
And so every school has its unique challenges. And so we just welcome the opportunity to be able to engage with that with our leadership teams and then seek that support out on a case-by-case basis. So, I mean, really, like I said, at the end of the day, you said,
our schools are all different, and what our ideal needs are, I think, are varied from place to place. And that's the beauty of having a system that's also individualized.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
Thank you, President Rodriguez, and thank you, Dr. Ramsey. I did not anticipate we would have this soon. Figured I'm going to kind of address some of the elephants in the room. I am so happy that you guys are here. I love the presentation, and I love the opportunity for us to tell our story, because I still think there is opportunity for more parents to know what's available out there. But at the same time, I'm going to address a little bit of some of the elephants that are in the room. I have gone to many elementary schools as they were graduating out, and this is just a raw survey. And I said, well, what school are you going to? I know the schools that are in my area, and those numbers are limited as far as those who are saying they are going to our schools. And they are quicker to say some of the charter schools that are in the area. Even when I turned to them, I said, well, they don't do as well in the reading or math. And I want someone to comment on this, because it's not, I've heard more than one parent say this, that I'm willing to sacrifice that because it's less drama that I have to deal with. And I've got some other, but I'd be curious to hear someone respond to that.
Yeah. Did you want to respond?
Thanks for the question, Trustee Bridges. Our team was talking before the meeting started, and one thing that schools that are not ISD, charter schools and private schools, do an excellent job of messaging to the community their story. They do an excellent job of messaging and highlighting those great things and telling a story of this is who we are and this is what we stand for. And sometimes as educators in an ISD, our system is big. We serve many children. We have many things on our plate, and we're so focused on what's going on inside the building. Sometimes we forget to really message and tell that story and shape our narrative of what's happening outside of the building. So I think that there's an opportunity there for us to message and tell all the positive things happening at middle schools in Fort Worth and do it in a collective and collaborative manner, kind of like we did tonight. And then I would also say, we focus on what matters: reading, writing, math, science, social studies, and reading books. That would be, that's where we can really make some gains with our kids.
My part two, I'm sorry, were you getting ready to say something? No. No, okay, go ahead. My part two to the question is, I also hear many parents who have moved their kids over there and like, this ain't really working. And eventually come back. How are we capturing that and this might be a Dr. Ramsey question, from a survey perspective, students who come back, what are we learning to pass that on?
So while we've recently started an exit survey so that we can see why our students leave us, and currently we're seeing that that's typically has to do with housing and safety in the community. That is kind of a next step. Those that come back, because we do see that in our data, our students leave us in middle school, but they come right back in high school. And while our educators say it may be because of extracurricular, it may be other opportunities, we also are seeing some gaps in those students that come back, academic gaps that we need to work on. But I think that is a great opportunity for us to actually survey and have some entrance interviews, like empathy interviews, to hear and find out why are you coming back, so that we can have really good data for you instead of what we may think or anecdotal data. So I appreciate that.
Well, I can check off my next question because that was the question. Thank you, guys.
Trustee Martinez.
Thank you for highlighting all the great things that are happening in our middle schools. I'm truly, really excited that there are so many great things happening at our middle school campuses. I'm on those campuses and I do see great things happening. But I know that, like Trustee Bridges brought up, it's no secret that many of our Fort Worth ISD middle schools have struggled with academic success and discipline issues. And all of those things are great that we offer. But I will say that that has not been my experience as a parent, and also what I hear from parents in our district. So when I hear things like what Trustee Bridges shared at the elementary graduations, it's a great concern to me that parents are seeking opportunities outside of Fort Worth ISD. Some of it is just reputation of some of their schools, but some of it is very real. As a parent and a board trustee, I've seen experience myself, lack of adequate support services for students who need them most, limit or lack of alignment with the high school programs, like you had mentioned, limited opportunities for specialized programs, lack of athletic coaches for our middle school athletes, elimination of an athletic period, limited parent engagement, rampant vaping, and access to other things in our middle schools. These are all challenges that our parents are fully aware of. Like, it's not a secret. Can you share what are some of the biggest challenges facing our middle schools, and what are we doing to address those issues?
Yeah, I'll say my piece, and then I'll let one of the principals chime in as well. The biggest piece, is you hit it right on the nail, is the academic performance of our students. And so the answer to what we're doing is we're trying to do exactly what I mentioned earlier, be coherent in our delivery of instruction. And so this year, through the utilization of strategic professional learning communities, we have been able to address some of those academic gaps already. However, there's more work that needs to be done. As you noted in a previous board meeting, our new school calendar reflects a direct narrative that we feel that giving our teachers time to do instructional planning is important. And so we're addressing that academic need by really leveraging the experts who should be the experts who are doing the work in the four corners of the classroom. Those are 2 points. Not sure if any of our principals wanted to answer. Go ahead.
So what I wanted to mention was kind of had to do with my portion, support services. Middle school is just a delicate age, and those students, it's not just about academics. They're at an age where we really have to look at the whole child. So like, for example, at my campus, we notice it's important to give proactive skills and skill building on how to just handle life. And so we looked at looking at the whole child, providing those support services, building up support services. So we think those are the challenges that our kids are dealing with, because there's a lot we see on the outside world. And as a school, we're helping them try to deal with the outside world. So we're fully aware of the challenges. So as a school, it's like, how can we support the child as a whole child, academically, behaviorally, social, emotionally, and provide them the support services to help build those skills that will help them be successful academically.
Do you think we need more access to those services and resources?
I can answer that. As noted by our presentation tonight, we have a wealth, an abundance of resources that we already offer. We need to exploit those. That's what we need to do and execute. And we're the benefactors of those resources. So our people, our leaders, and myself, we got to execute. Yes.
One thing that, like I said, we heard a lot of great things tonight. One thing I wish I had heard tonight was, a great example at Riverside Middle School about a student incentive program that they're using there to positively impact academics, attendance, and even behavior. And also just the engagement. Like we have the 2 Riverside Middle School parents here today, PTA parents that have been involved. And so I just want to thank you for your involvement in our middle schools because like I said, it is a crucial time. It's a time of transition. And, like I said, our middle schools do have their challenges. Specifically, I wanted to ask more, just dive a little bit deeper into what kind of training we're providing our staff and educators around positive behavioral interventions. Something, again, as a middle school parent, I've seen, you hear about the fights. Well, I've seen them after school, picking up kids. You see them on social media. What percentage of our district's suspensions come from our middle schools, and what interventions are we doing there with the middle school students?
So we'll get back to you on the specific because we don't have any statistics tonight, and we want to make sure that we give that to the board in writing. And I see a principal ready to. So I'm sorry if I interrupted, but MTSS, PBIS.
Our middle schoolers. I've got a 6th grader and a 9th grader. I'm living it, okay? And so the investment that has to happen in our students, and I think I said, and Dr. McGuire said it, the whole child is something that is happening in different ways at all of our campuses. At Rosemont, we have advisory period every day, and we invest, we plan over the summer, we talk about the students' needs, we get student input from our student leadership council, we ask them what are the things that are, that need to be addressed. We revisit it twice a year in the middle of the year because guess what? What we plan for today may look different 6 months from now, and so the kids appreciate that opportunity. But then furthermore, when you talk about PBIS, again, it looks different at every campus, but we do offer those opportunities, and you can see the trends increasing or decreasing when it comes to like the number of truant students. You can see the trends with discipline decreasing. The types of incidents are changing. And the one big thing that I always push personally with our students is that nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. How do we learn from them? Because if you mess up once, we'll talk about it. Let's just not do it twice. And so and before I throw out just a random number, but 95% of our kids make a mistake, but they learn from it. And then that 5%, we start talking about MTSS, we start talking about those more intensive supports, and those are the things that unfortunately end up on social media and help us and don't help us with that narrative. And so we're constantly reinforcing the social media need to not post negative posts because we need our schools to retain a positive image, and because that's only going to happen when our kids buy in, when our students buy in. And so it's just something that we are constantly pushing, and you're absolutely right. Our middle schools are sort of that experimental phase where our kids are trying to be big, but they just don't know how to handle those responsibilities. And so it's a constant battle, and we're fighting it every day. Every day.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And parents too. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Couldn't do it without you.
Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. First, I want to say thank you to each of you. Ms. Ozuna, you're the first person that addressed vaping with me, and because of you, we passed a resolution by this board and with the city of Fort Worth to address vaping, but it was because of the knowledge that you gave to me that we were able to act. So I wanted to say thank you. Javi Sanchez, I'm sorry, but you're always going to be Javi to me.
I'm always Javi.
Oh, see, good. That's good. I'm finally in sync with everybody. Thank you for what you do, and Dr. McGuire, And Ms. Rincon, thank you for getting your senses and coming back to Fort Worth ISD, because we sure are glad you're here. I have a couple of questions. Parents always ask me about tutoring. I wonder, how do we get that message out? How often is it offered, and is that individualized per campus and per demand? And then my big question is transportation. How do kids get home if they want to be tutored, or is there an option on Zoom? So that's a lot of or ifs. Maybe I should just let you guys answer the question.
So I can't speak for every campus. Every campus is different. I know that at my campus, we are addressing tutoring and closing gaps through Saturday schools and after school each day from 4:30 to 6:30. And we ask teachers to submit their tutoring schedule, and then we also ask teachers to submit exactly what concept they're tutoring on. We don't want to have a student stay after school or come to Saturday if they've already mastered algebraic equations, one-step equations. But if they're struggling with two-step equations, we want them to come to that tutoring session when we're offering that. That plan will become much more robust as we move forward in the next 6 months and starting next school year. But that's kind of our approach where at my current campus.
Thank you. Next question is transition to high school. Oh, Ms. Ozuna, you have a...
Well, I was going to say that there is a homework hotline that teachers man that is via Zoom, and the students, it's manned Monday through Thursdays, and students can do it from home. However, as we've already talked about with middle school students, their lovely little brains, they tend to forget by the time they get home that they actually don't know something because they're on to other things. And so we try to capture them as much as possible during the school hours and right afterwards, because that's when they can remember to do it. But there's definitely the homework hotline, which is really good and manned by really good teachers.
That is very cool. Thank you. Anybody else before I jump to the next one? Transition to high school. I find that when coaches go down from the high school to the middle school, students feel a part of that high school. I know that at Eastern Hills High School, we built a pathway to success that actually points to the west, to Eastern Hills High School. This is your high school. How are you all navigating that? How are you getting down to those middle schools and really collaborating with the principals and also with the students and parents? And I know that's a lot to ask because you have a full day.
So I can tell you that the pyramidization of our schools has made a huge difference in that. McLean, for example, was a 60-40 split between South Hills and Pascal. And it always felt like one or the other group of students felt left out. Now that we are a pure feeder school, that is much easier to do. We meet with our principals regularly. The elementary school principals know us as the middle school principal, and I know Troy as the high school principal. And it just, at least from a principal's perspective, makes things a lot easier. Now the next step is to get the parents feeling like they're part of a pyramid as well, and to make that more transparent.
Thank you. And the last question is, I hear a great deal about language centers. Can you just talk to us about language centers on middle school campuses and how those are addressed? Maybe Dr. Garcia can.
Like everything, stick around and it'll change, right? We are receiving word that Language Center is changing, and at my previous campus, I was a principal of a language center. We had about 120 students who came from all over the district and received their language center support services there. To your point, Trustee Jackson, one thing that was near and dear to my heart and bothered me about that was it was a struggle for them to play soccer after school, do after school activities, practice in orchestra, because their bus left at 4:35. And they didn't have the opportunity to participate in our school activities. And so we received word that those students next year will be serviced at a campus that's zoned near their home school. And so as we're sitting here, I have 51 Language Center students that will be coming back to me, and we couldn't be more excited to prepare for that. One, I think it teaches all of our students about inclusivity, diversity, and how each of us brings our unique set of values and beliefs to the school system and teaches us to honor one another. And also it makes sure that we are giving the best possible education program and keeping our teachers trained and up to date on how to deliver the best instruction. What's good for EB learners is good for all learners. And so that change, I think, is welcome, and we're excited about it. And we will work as a team to get through any hurdles or challenges along the way. Anything you want to add?
Well, thank you, Dr. DeB Rincon. Thank you all so much. And again, thank you all for being here. Dr. Garcia, thank you.
Thank you, guys. On behalf of all of us, thank you.
Trustee Bridges?
I'm sorry, I had one more comment. First, I want to say that this was not at all to be critical. I hope no one received it in that way. I'm just a big proponent of addressing the elephant in the room. I think people respect us more when we're honest enough to say, hey, there's some areas that we can grow in, and here's some areas that we need to work. And sometimes when we put it out front, it makes all of us roll up our sleeves to make that better. So that was the whole. And Trustee Martinez, I want to thank you for being very honest of your own challenges, and that I was moved by that. I want to say that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Last question. On slide 7, it says that all schools, there's a laptop for every student.
We're a 1-to-1 district, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Because I've kind of had some feedback that was not for all.
So, just as a reminder to the board, in April of 2023, we brought an item for laptops, and the board at that time chose to hold off. And so it was brought back after the bid closed. And so that is why there was a delay in getting the laptops here. And so you're absolutely right. Okay. There was some delay last year. And so that isn't going to be an issue moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Jackson, did you? Okay, thank you. And
right, thank you.
I was wondering on some of the classes that aren't offered at a particular campus, is there a virtual option to have the students take that class?
Principal's over here gave me the cheat sheet. She's great. We can work out. There's times where we can do that, not in all cases. But some of our middle schoolers can take high school courses when they're not at the high school. What we presented today is the offerings that we have currently in the middle school level for that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to thank y'all all. This was wonderful, and I loved hearing the PLCs, the professional learning communities, because we learn from each other. Just as us on the dais, we hear someone ask a question and said, oh yeah, I need to talk about that. So this is what makes us lifelong learners, and we're always willing to learn. And there's always room to grow. I know we're impatient. I know the parents are impatient and want everything done tomorrow, but we know it's a process. You can't implement all the things that Dr. Ramsey and the administration are trying to do. So we will try to be patient, and this board will give y'all what y'all need to succeed, because that is why we sit up here, is to have our students succeed academically, in extracurricular activities. I went to the mariachi extravaganza. We just have wonderful students, and it's okay some middle schools don't have mariachi programs, because Northside has a fabulous mariachi program. But thank y'all all, and I appreciate y'all coming and sharing your evening with us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next on the agenda is a notice of compliance with board member training requirements. Is 5D on the agenda, notice of compliance with board member training Under State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member per board policy BBD legal. As board president, I am required to announce the names of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 11 training areas for board member continuing education. 1, local district orientation. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. 3, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. 4, team building. 5, additional continuing education. 6, evaluating and improving student outcomes. 7, sexual abuse, human trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. 8, Open Meetings Act. 9, Public Information Act. 10, cybersecurity. 11, school safety. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not yet scheduled the training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members' training in excess of the continuing education requirements. 1, local district orientation. The following first-year board member has completed the local district orientation: Kevin Lynch. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. The following first-year board member has completed the orientation to the Texas Education Code training: Kevin Lynch. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. The following board members have completed the post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code: Aniel Luebanos, Andar, Michael Ryan, Roxanne Martinez. The following board members are deficient in completing the post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code training, and we will schedule the training at the next available offering: Camille Rodriguez, Quentin Phillips, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. 4, team building. The following board members have completed the annual team building training: Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Wallace Bridges. The following board members are deficient in meeting the required annual team building training, and will schedule the training at the next available offering: Aniel Luebanos, Andar, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Roxanne Martinez, Toby Jackson. 5, additional continuing education. The following board members have completed the additional continuing education requirements: Aniel Luebanos, Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. The following board member has scheduled training to timely complete the additional continuing education requirements: Andar. The following board member is deficient in meeting in the additional continuing education training, and will schedule the training at the next available offering: Roxanne Martinez. 6, evaluating and improving student outcomes. The following board members have completed the biennial training on evaluating and improving student outcomes: Andar, Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Quentin Phillips, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. The following board members are deficient in meeting the required biennial training on evaluating and improving student outcomes, and will schedule the training at the next available offering: Aniel Luebanos, Michael Ryan, Roxanne Martinez. 7, sexual abuse, human trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. The following board members have completed the biennial training on sexual abuse, human trafficking, and other maltreatment of children training: Aniel Luebanos, Andar, Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Roxanne Martinez, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. 8, Open Meetings Act. The following board members have completed the Open Meetings Act training: Aniel Luebanos, Andar, Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Roxanne Martinez, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. 9, Public Information Act. The following board members have completed the Public Information Act training: Aniel Luebanos, Andar, Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Roxanne Martinez, Toby Jackson, Wallace Bridges. School safety, the following board members have completed the biennial training on school safety: Aniel Luebanos and Dar Camille Rodriguez, Kevin Lynch, Michael Ryan, Quentin Phillips, Roxanne Martinez, Toby Jackson. The following board member is deficient in meeting the required biennial training on school safety and will schedule the training at the next available offering: Wallace Bridges. We are up to the board committee and superintendent reports. Are there comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written reports? Next on the agenda is comments by board members and the superintendent. Trustee Dar.
Thank you. I had the pleasure on April 4th of being on the campuses of Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center, the Wedgwood Middle School, Bruce Schulke Elementary School, and Wedgwood 6th grade campus, and it was my pleasure to interact with not only the Teacher of the Year on that campus, but also with a group of students to find out what's really good on their campus and what could be even better. So I appreciate their time and their insight, and we laughed and we talked and we learned, and it was a great day. I'd also, Lily B. Clayton and J.T. Stevens, I will schedule a time with you in May. I'd also like to thank the Adaptive PE Department at Fort Worth ISD and Special Olympics for the wonderful unified dance on April the 12th. It was festive, it was joyful. There was a room full of kids, parents, adults having a really good time celebrating being kids, parents, and adults, because every kid should have the opportunity to experience those moments and make those memories. So thank you very much to Adaptive PE and to Special Olympics for that. And Trustee Bridges joined me there as well. Thank you.
Okay, so trustees, did y'all dance?
I can speak for myself.
All right, Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. President Rodriguez. You woke up after that long read. I wanted to point out with the Junior Corps of Cadets that we have gone from the beginning in 2002 to current from 6 programs at the middle school level to 20. But what's really important is they have a 95% ADA, and they've completed this year 3,123 community service hours, and their service learning is at 1,200 hours, and we have almost 2,000 students in JCC. So I just want to give those kids a round of applause. And I have some exciting news. Drs. Brown and Hernandez were at Eastern Hills High School yesterday, and we welcomed our new principal. Thank you, Trustee Phillips, because she comes from his district at Gene McClung Middle School. Tremaine Thomas is going to be fantastic, and I'm already noticing a lift in the faculty. As a matter of fact, yesterday I joined a walking club with Coach Miller so that we can engage the community, and I'm not sure how I ended up in the walking club, but I'm in it now. So I just want to say that I'm excited about this, and I want to thank everybody who was involved in getting Ms. Thomas to the campus, and I look forward to hearing great things from Eastern Hills this year.
Trustee Martinez.
Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, but I do want to celebrate the 64 million minutes of reading by Fort Worth High students through the Readers Become Leaders program. I want to congratulate all the top schools. It was great to see M.H. Moore Elementary again there, yes, Diamond Hill and Charles Nash, but I have to give a big, huge shout out to Trustee Bridges for taking me up on the challenge last year, and congrats to the top school this year, Briscoe Elementary. So shout out to them, shout out to all the schools that were there. I was there again this year. The kids had a blast being able to be part of the NCAA gymnastics finals and being rewarded for all the work that they did. So I just want to thank all of the educators, administrators, everyone at all the campuses. And I think I heard that we had majority of our schools or all of our schools participated. All of them participated this year. So huge shout out to all of our elementary schools, educators, and everyone that took part. So congratulations again on that. And also just wanted to congratulate are that we have a couple of athletes headed to state in track and field. I know there may be more, but I know specifically from Diamond Hill Jarvis, Angel Sanchez, and from YWLA, Peggy Carr. So thank you, congratulations, and I'll turn it over to Wallace.
Well, before you start, I know the Northside Pyramid's going to be gaining on y'all, so next year. All right, Trustee Bridges.
Is there something to announce? I didn't know that. Well, first I want to give a big shout out to O.D. Wyatt's baseball team. I met the coach last year, and he was so excited about the baseball team and where they were going. And he was like, I'm telling you, I really feel something. And I got a chance to meet him and those gentlemen, and they were just so, just so excited in their love for baseball, and was just very optimistic that they could really do something different. Well, here's what's exciting. They had been in a drought as far as playoffs, and I knew it was a drought, and I asked him, I said, how long has it been since the last time that you guys been to the playoffs? 1951 was the last time they had gone to the playoffs. So we are really excited for them, and hope they continue to move forward. With the Readers Become Leaders, I've had more fun with this probably than the kids. I'm not gonna lie to you. and I say this, that it was healthy competition, and that every time I would see some of those students, it would blow my mind how they could just ride off. Oh yeah, I got 2,000 minutes of reading or whatever, and they would all run up and talk about it, and they were so excited. And the excitement of being able to create this little dust spot for, dust spot, meaning where the trophy used to be at. So I brought a rag for you guys that you can take it back and you can wipe it off. But the whole attitude has changed with the kids. They got a little extra pump in their step, and they are really pumped out. Thank you, Trustee Martinez, for you you having a good sense of humor about it. And Trustee Rodriguez, yeah, we'll get you next year too as well. Thank you, guys.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you. I want to thank all the teachers and volunteers. Some of them are here tonight for preparing students and coordinating the first problem-solving competition at the TLC on April the 6th. I was there along with Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Guerrero, and Dr. Garcia. We did some dancing on that competition. Poorly. Yes. I want to congratulate all the participants who were there on the 6th, and I want to shout out to Roseman Middle School for winning first place. Thank you.
Dr. Ramsey?
Just a huge shout out as we are wrapping up our STAR and EOC season. You know, we haven't said too much about it because we don't want to put the emphasis on a test. We don't want to emphasize to our students that their worth is tied to how they do one day. But I do want to say thank you to our staff. Those testing days are the hardest days of the year. And we're almost there. We're almost there. At the high school level, we know we'll take a couple weeks off and then we'll pick up and take all those AP tests. But I just want to say thank you to all of our staff at all of our campuses, our students, our parents who have made sure our students are well fed and they slept well and they're encouraged. And I would just like to continue for us to encourage our students to think beyond a data point. It's about our students thriving, growing every day, being healthy, feeling like they're connected to the school, and growing into their potential. And so while I do want to say thank you to everyone for the testing, I really appreciate that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about that, because that's not what's important. It's the learning that happens every single day in our schools. We're about to start my favorite part of the year, and that's graduation season. So we have a whole lot of graduations. The first one's May 17th. You can find that information not only on our social media accounts, both in English and in Spanish, but also on our websites. Really important to be able to celebrate our families, especially for our first-gen students. This is a really big deal. And as we continue to honor families and all of their sacrifices as our students get to walk across the stage. So my challenge last year, I went to 14 graduations, I think, and and they thought I was crazy, and I said my challenge is to get to a place where ultimately I go to all of them. I think I'm getting to 19 this year, and that's the only reason I'm not going to all of them is because a few of them are at the exact same time, and I wish I could clone myself. But I can't. But it's to show our families and our students that why we get up every single day is to get them across that stage, not just for a piece of paper, but for them to understand that we love them, we care about them, and there's life after Fort Worth ISD. And our job is to make sure that they're independent, that they're critical thinkers, that they're able to be successful after they leave us. So just a kudos. We don't have a regular board meeting in May until after the graduation, so I just wanted to take the time to congratulate the class of 2024 and their families, and I look forward to shaking thousands and thousands of hands and then going home and putting some Bengay on and doing it all over again for the next few days. So congratulations, class of 2024.
Thank you, and I think I'm going to challenge the board to go to more graduations than Dr. Ramsey, so we as a board need to attend as many graduations as possible. I know I'm taking a day off, a day and a half off to try to go. Trustee Jackson?
What's the prize?
A Ranger t-shirt. I will purchase a Texas Ranger t-shirt for the person who goes to the most graduations.
She only says that because I had to borrow hers last year.
Okay, and I also went to the Readers Become Leaders. It was fabulous. It was so loud in there. I had to check my hearing, but it was wonderful, and our children were so engaged, so were the teachers and the principals, and congratulations, Trustee Bridges on Briscoe Elementary, but also W.J. Turner and Principal Baez. They won first in their division, so that was very exciting. And I also want to say, had a fabulous time at the Mariachi Extravaganza this past Saturday at Northside High School. There was great mariachi competition, and I even took my mother, and she was very happy. And I saw Dr. Ramsey and Miss Cortez there, so it was great. And also the world languages, it wasn't mariachi, I don't know what it was, but they sang a beautiful song. They sang one of my favorite songs, so it was very entertaining, and I'm glad I don't sing very loud, but it was wonderful. So thank you all, and the time is 8:08 p.m. The date is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. We'll now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 071, 072, 074, and 076.
It's especially important for us
Sabemos
to do
que
in
es
Fort Worth.
muy importante para
Getting to
el
learn
cerebro.
about different cultures.
Están orgullosos de su lenguaje y su cultura.
I love being in a dual language program.
Dual language va a cambiar mi futuro.
Dual language is a gift.
Ser bilingüe es un regalo.
What does this sound like to you?
¿Qué tal ahora?
If you understand both, then you probably understand the power of two, el poder de dos.
Ceremony. Muy bien, una ceremonia is a ceremony. Es una graduación.
I like speaking two languages. Me gusta hablar en dos lenguajes.
To be biliterate, to be bilingual for both our English and our Spanish speakers. It is just a world of opportunity for our students.
Bilingualism is like going to the gym for your brain.
Did you read the poetry homework? Sí, me gusta mucho la leí en español y en inglés.
Como maestra de kinder, he visto cómo los niños aprenden un segundo idioma con mucha facilidad.
El pasto y el pino son parecidos.
I'm gonna put the tree.
I think at their age too, they're like little sponges. So whatever you teach them, you can see it right there in that moment.
Different kinds of drink.
Our students will be able to speak, read, and write in both English and Spanish.
Y luego se irán a las calles.
Exacto.
El cerebro de un estudiante que está aprendiendo el contenido en dos idiomas es mucho más poderoso que el cerebro de una persona que solo aprende en un solo idioma.
As a native Spanish speaker, I understand the journey of becoming bilingual. So I'm incredibly proud of every student that participates in our dual language program. I'm also excited because I know the opportunities that they'll have as bilingual professionals and the leaders of tomorrow.
You get to learn two languages.
Diego is bilingual and we wanted to continue that tradition.
La importancia para mí como un padre era que mis niños hablar los dos idiomas y escribir y leer en los dos idiomas.
Do you normally speak English or Spanish at home?
Both. It's fun to understand people in a different language.
We do offer a one-way program in which in that classroom, the only students that are there are those students who speak Spanish and are learning English, but they are taught in English and Spanish. In a two-way classroom, same type of instruction, English and Spanish.
En la clase bilingüe.
My English speakers are learning Spanish. My Spanish speakers are learning English.
How many phones does the dog have now?
Two-way itself is a feeling because not only are the kids learning English, but the kids who are wanting to learn Spanish are also doing Spanish at the same time. And it ends up making them very biliterate, and that in the future is going to open the door up for them, just like it did for me.
This one is supposed to be there and this one's supposed to be there.
Good job. And I do really love the students, and I do love seeing them grow and learn.
Los beneficios de poder hablar, leer y pensar en dos idiomas son infinitas. El Distrito Escolar de Fort Worth tiene la suerte de contar con maestros dinámicos que ofrecen una instrucción de alta calidad en cada salón de lenguaje dual.
And what a benefit as a parent to know that you've got the most highly qualified teachers in a research-based program and your kids getting that for free.
Una, dos o tres.
I enrolled my child in a dual language program to give him a better opportunity in life. I wanted him to be able to speak with others around the world who are not like him.
It helped me talk to him.
Yo pasé por esto cuando llegué a este país de México y estuve en el distrito de Fort Worth en el programa dual.
It will make it easier for other people to talk to me and for me to talk to them in English or in Spanish.
En los últimos 10 años, los trabajos que se están abriendo para personas que puedan hablar en dos idiomas ha incrementado más de 150%.
I feel it opens, bigger opportunities for him.
Realmente una persona que habla los dos idiomas vale por dos.
No matter what they decide to do, the Spanish is going to help them.
We like to say a superpower for all kids, and that's a strength that Fort Worth ISD has, that we can say we are developing students who are bilingual, biliterate, bicultural.
But it's also a way to ensure that their opportunities are more than doubled whenever they do get out of our schools.
The future is wide open and is bright, and that's why my own kids are in dual language.
All right,
Avión, avión, imán, imán, I.
So this is the Fort Worth ISD Middle School All-City Honor Choir Concert, and it's a collection of students from all of our Fort Worth ISD schools. So this is an opportunity for students from our choral programs to participate in an honor choir experience with 3 clinicians that we've brought in to work with them.
I've been singing since 6th grade, actually, and I don't know, it was always a way of like expressing myself. I've always been a musical person, band, choir. It's just, I love music. Like every day I'm singing, like all day, every day.
So you'll see 5 different ensembles actually. We have our 3 middle school ensembles, then we also have our children's honor choir and our Lone Star Youth Chorus performing tonight. So it's a wide range of music with 5 different conductors, and almost 300 kids will be in attendance tonight.
Usually when I sing like that, I start to get really jittery, but it's not because I'm nervous. I mean, I love singing those songs. I love the people I'm around. It's just that like I get really excited and sometimes it's like hard.
We have all 3 levels represented: elementary, middle school, and high school. So the elementary students get to see what they can be a part of in middle school and also in high school. So it's a great family event for everybody to come out and enjoy.
In the heart of Fort Worth, a world of opportunity awaits. Welcome to Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, where tradition meets innovation and every student's potential is unleashed. From the thrill of discovery in the science lab to triumph on the soccer field, our students are encouraged to pursue their passion. With highly qualified teachers and cutting-edge technology, Fort Worth ISD students receive a top-notch education that prepares them for the challenges of tomorrow. Every student is valued and supported with tailored instruction and wraparound services to ensure success. And with our dual language programs, students become fluent in the language of success, ready to learn in any environment. But the excitement doesn't end when the final bell rings. Our after-school programs offer a wealth of extracurricular activities, from robotics to dance, ensuring every student becomes a well-rounded scholar.
Do you know what emphasis is?
Fort Worth ISD Middle Schools, a launching pad to future success and a bridge to endless opportunities. Enroll now and join the journey to greatness, because Fort Worth ISD is where the best begins.
Hello, Fort Worth ISD community members. In our district, partners and volunteers are a big deal every day. But as we kick off National Partner and Volunteer Appreciation Week, we want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude for your ongoing dedication and support. We celebrate the immense impact each of you has on our students and community. This year holds a special significance as we commemorate 50 years since National Volunteer Week was established. In light of this milestone, our theme for this year's celebration is Celebrate Service. Your commitment to our schools, whether as parents, corporate volunteers, literacy partners, or members of faith-based organizations, is truly commendable. Your efforts contribute not only to the educational development of our students, but also to the fabric of our community. Together, we are leading change and transforming lives. Your unwavering support, especially through mentoring programs, playground builds, learning gardens, and more, has been nothing short of remarkable. Your dedication ensures that our students have the resources they need to thrive. As we come together with the country to honor your service, please know that your contributions do not go unnoticed. You inspire and sustain our mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. Thank you for all you do for the students and families of Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, volunteers!
beautiful. This is our second annual Unified Dance, and the whole idea behind it was just to give our kids more opportunities to be able to participate in different things.
Oh, look at that.
We have a red carpet that welcomes them in. There's karaoke, there's dancing, there's some outdoor games, there's pizza. This is just the time that they really get to shine, and just you get to see their personalities and just how amazing they are.
We wanted to find a way to help with the transition students, find an opportunities for them when they graduated from high school. Be able to see that they can have success, they can do whatever they want to, and it's also just as important to the parents.
It gives the students a chance to get together and bond with each other, get to know each other more, and just everyone has a good time.
Every child, every youth, every teenager deserves the opportunity to do the things that are very important to our cultural fabric. I want them to know that there are people who care so much about them that they would spend the time and put forth the effort to make this event happen for them, because they are important.
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to hang out. Really wanted to come do this.
This is like the whole community coming together, celebrating our kids and having a great time and getting a chance to dress up in our Western attire and have some fun.
I think it's really awesome that our kids do get highlighted like this, because I think we miss a lot of opportunities to get to know our kids with special needs. And I think once you start getting to know them, like, your life is just so much fuller.
When we talk about Black history, we're talking about the history of all of us.
Black history matters because it's important to recognize those who paved the way.
I wanted to teach music, and I heard a beautiful sound when I went to a church. I said, oh, I like that. But it's something about gospel music that the kids love.
Fort Worth ISD has some amazing trailblazers that have blazed a trail for our students that are African American, and they need to know about it.
We want to take the time to say you are worth being thought of as being a hero in our city. General Michael E. Langley, he was named the first African American, the highest ranking person who received 4 stars with the Marine Corps.
We have leaders like Opal Lee, who is the grandmother of the Juneteenth celebration.
I'm everybody's grandma.
She is right here from Fort Worth, and our students need to know that.
I just feel like there's so much more that has to be done.
They need to see people in leadership and in the community that look like them, that give them aspiration and someone to look up to and something to aspire to.
But if people have been taught to hate, they can be taught to love.
When we celebrate Black history, what we're really doing is acknowledging that we cannot be what we are without the contributions of Black people.
I'm Dr. Langston. I'm the athletic director. I'm the one that worked to try to get flag football to this district so that we could do something that nobody else in Texas is doing right now. Leaders care about the people they are honored to lead. I've made that a part of who I am. The opportunity to be the first African-American female president of the NIAAA, that would not have come about without the support of the leadership of this district.
Good job, guys. And to be able to have that opportunity to celebrate them from not only from a history standpoint, just from a human standpoint of what they have done, and that way we continue to pass that on to generations down.
And let me call your attention to an art piece that's on the wall in the hall, and I want you to go by there and read that. Education is the
pathway to a world of opportunity.
The more education you have, the more opportunities you have to show your talent.
I had the opportunity to sit on a panel with Judge Clifford Davis, and I've met Judge Hicks, and these people are phenomenal in every sense of the word.
Black history is American history, with the good, the bad, but for me it is a glorious, joyful history because we have overcome.
I stand on the shoulders of so many people who sacrificed and did so much.
Fort Worth ISD alum are pillars of our society that have grown up right here in our neighborhoods in our city of Fort Worth, that have gone on to literally change the world.
Fort Worth ISD, you're on the map for greatness.
R-O.
The word is
U-R-A-N-T.
Today we got to have our Area 2 Spelling Bee celebrating and inviting all of our campus Spelling Bee winners to compete against each other to see who advances to the regional round.
This word has a homonym.
B-R.
You can really tell that kids take this seriously when they show up, and you start to see they're thinking about the words, they're processing, they're thinking, have I heard this before? Does this connect to another word?
Everyone should be on the spelling bee because they have to learn how to spell better.
Our Area 2 Spelling Bee champion, Anna Karen Aguilar.
My strategy would be for you to study hard and learn lots of things.
The ultimate goal is to celebrate students, their talents, their potential, to celebrate the kids and celebrate their academic abilities.
Awesome job today.
Welcome everyone. Welcome Fort Worth ISD PTA delegates and all other community members who have come out to join us at our annual Founders Day Luncheon. Thank you for everything that you do to make every child's potential a reality in Fort Worth ISD.
This is a celebration of PTA in Fort Worth ISD and the good work that's being done in schools.
Stronger communities start with strong schools, and strong schools only happen when there are partnerships between the school community and our families.
Thank you for building up your community. You're making it more of a difference than you know. So best of luck for an amazing rest of the school year. Thank you.
This program was called Broadway Noir. Every year I kind of search for a program that we can do that's more inspiring and uplifting. This was all dedicated to celebrate African American artists on Broadway.
I think my favorite parts throughout the show are like the singing part.
I always for this show kind of bring in people to help me out with it. And like I said, even the two students who were in the smoke jacket, those two young men just graduated, so they're alumni.
A lot of kids don't know about Broadway at all, especially Black Broadway. So being able to look at their peers and also hear and learn about new things of Black Broadway, opening their horizon.
I didn't really realize how influential theater was to the African Americans.
Kids, when they're artistic, they're happier. When they're happier, they want to learn other aspects of their lives. I knew Proud Mary was going to be a showstopper, and that's what I explained to my dancers. I said, there's two moves. Dun-dun-dun. We have to do that in the Rolling on the River because everybody knows that. This is a journey taking you on a ride through Broadway from the 30s to today.
I would like to be a board member because
they have important meetings. They help build schools.
They help the school keep everyone safe, and they help the school make great choices.
they help the kids learn and everything and make it fun.
Drink coffee and just watch news.
Do you want to be a board member? Why not?
Because I have to spend day and night doing all this work.
My favorite part are the kids, the schools, the community all coming together.
We love our school board. How about you?
My favorite part of Fort Worth ISD, that's easy. It is definitely the kids.
What do you think a board member does?
I think he builds boards.
What do you think board members do when they're not working?
I like to exercise or ride my Peloton every day. Most importantly, I love being with my family.
If you're a board member, can you have a family?
Because how are you going to be bored without a mom or a dad?
Is a school board a family?
Yes.
Tell me why that is. Why do you think they are?
Because they all are important people.
I'm a husband, have 5 kids, all of them in Fort Worth ISD. Outside of this and work, spend a lot of time with family.
My son really likes to play soccer. Every weekend, we out there in the fields having fun watching him.
Board members are cool. I love the school. I think they rule.
Do you think that board members listen to music?
I probably think they will listen to rap.
I think they would listen to K-pop.
My theme song right now is Texas by Big Extra Plug. Shout out to him for that. I'm also just now beginning to listen to October London, The Rebirth of Marvin.
Been traveling these wide roads.
Leon Bridges is one. He's one of my favorite singers. I don't know if it's the dad or actually I'm a fan, which I think I'm a fan too. That's my therapy. I can go on my back deck and sit down and listen to music.
If they could only play one instrument, what instrument do you think the board members would play?
I think they'll play the trumpet.
I was a trumpet and euphonium player and tuba player, but I had to learn how to do everything on top of that to be able to be a band director.
What do you think they like best about being a board member?
As being a good person.
So I would say you're never too young to have an impact.
Well, Maddie, what do you think? You want to be a board member? You've kind of got to hear what they do a little bit. Do you want to be one? Why not?
Because we don't get money.
How much money do you think a board member makes?
I don't know. 100.
I think the board member gets paid by hugs and kisses.
Thank you, board member!
I welcome you to the winter graduation ceremony for the Success High School students.
You will get your cap and gown.
She looks beautiful. I want to cry.
Who's all here for you?
Pretty much everyone, a lot of aunts and uncles, my grandparents, my mom, my dad.
It wasn't traditional, right?
No,
a little different. What was different about it?
It was online. Everything was online.
I'm ready to graduate.
Thank you for joining us this evening and for taking the time to share in our celebration of these amazing students that you see before us and their fantastic accomplishments.
Despite how challenging some assignments were for me, I chose to keep going for my daughter. Due to the Graduation Alliance, I was able to get back on my feet.
These are the students that really are dedicated. They had some bumps in the road, but they stayed focused and they continued and they graduated from high school.
He's gonna graduate.
It means a lot.
Once he started, seeing that he could really do it on his own, he took off with it.
I bet he's gonna get emotional.
David, Maya.
Whatever your dreams are, you know that you didn't give up, that you actually worked harder for it, that you had more obstacles in your way, and therefore tonight's accomplishment means more.
This is joy
encapsulated in all of these faces and smiles and the parents who are so excited to see their kids graduate.
This experience has taught me the most important thing that I think everyone should know. Sometimes the impossible can be made possible with the right amount of support.
This is truly going to change the trajectory of their lives, and they're going to be able to have more opportunities just by participating through Graduation Alliance to get their diploma from Fort Worth.
It is my pleasure to certify that these Success High School seniors are hereby declared Success High School graduates. Congratulations.
I made them happy.
Welcome to the 2023-24 Campus Teacher of the Year reception. Being nominated by and selected by your campus and your leadership, the colleagues that have said you are the best, is the highest honor. It really is, because they see the hard work you do every day, they know what you do, and still they've decided you are the best of our campus for this school year. So each Campus Teacher of the Year, would you please rise and be recognized at this time? Ten will advance to be finalists so that they can move on to be the 2023-2024 District Teacher of the Year. In the elementary category, our first finalist is Liseth Bukowski from Vesavala Elementary School. Is Alondra Hernandez from Sam Rosen Elementary School. Is Shannon Quinn from Overton Park Elementary School. Our next elementary finalist is Todd Evers from Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center. Our last elementary finalist is Kimberly Bennett from Springdale Elementary School. Our first finalist in the secondary category is Lisa McLaughlin from Success High School. Michael Hatch from Daggett Montessori School. Is Ian Connolly from Pascal High School. Because he is a dedicated coach, he cannot be with us today. Elijah Ballesteros from O.D. Wyatt High School. Our final secondary finalist is Raina Glasser from Dunbar High School.
Congratulations to all of our Campus Teachers of the Year and our distinguished finalists. Your exemplary work and dedication shine, and you make us all proud to be a part of the Fort Worth ISD.
Los programas y escuelas de selección con sello de oro ofrecen a las familias y estudiantes de Fort Worth ISD el poder de elegir, ahora más que nunca, para ir más allá de lo básico y más allá de lo tradicional, para encontrar el camino que coincida con los intereses, los objetivos y el estilo de aprendizaje de los estudiantes. Y solo mira los programas y escuelas que hay para elegir. Tú tienes metas y sueños para tu futuro. Nosotros ofrecemos la experiencia que buscas en una escuela secundaria de tu altura. Los programas de selección de sello de oro de Fort Worth ISD están diseñados para soñadores como tú, los solucionadores de problemas, las mentes curiosas, los creadores de arte y de ideas. Los programas del sello de oro ofrecen orientación experta, aprendizaje práctico, certificaciones, créditos universitarios y socios de la comunidad que apoyan tu aprendizaje. Un gran ejemplo, nuestras academias universitarias, ofrecidas en campus de secundarias de vecindario. Los estudiantes pueden obtener créditos universitarios o un título de asociado sin costo de matrícula. Y en las academias universitarias P-TECH, los estudiantes pueden visitar sitios de trabajo, construir relaciones y desarrollar habilidades y conocimientos en un lugar de trabajo. Nuestros socios enriquecen cada programa con sello de oro, abren las puertas a diferentes carreras y los colocan por delante de la manada. Hay un camino con sello de oro que se ajusta a tu interés, ya sea haciendo de las maquinarias funcionar mejor y vuelan más alto, o mejorando la salud y la vivienda, ya sea sirviendo en las primeras líneas o protegiendo ciudadanos en línea. Trae tus mayores sueños y determinación aquí, donde tú perteneces, en un programa de selección de Fort Worth ISD, tu elección. El ambiente es eléctrico en las escuelas de selección de sello de oro de Fort Worth ISD. Estas comunidades de aprendizaje más pequeñas y bien enfocadas preparan a los estudiantes para la universidad y las carreras de las maneras más innovadoras. Las escuelas secundarias con iniciación a la universidad funcionan la escuela secundaria, la universidad y las carreras profesionales. Los estudiantes asisten a la escuela en el campus de Tarrant County College y pueden obtener un título de asociado sin costo. La escuela secundaria Marine Creek Collegiate se enfoca en un alto rendimiento académico y destrezas para el éxito. La Academia de Ciencias Biomédicas de Texas es un centro de estudios de ciencias de la salud, con aprendizaje práctico en laboratorio, respaldado por socios de la industria médica. TCC South Fort Worth ISD Collegiate High lleva las asociaciones de la industria a un nuevo nivel. Los socios, como Encore y el Departamento de Agua de Fort Worth, ayudan a los estudiantes a desarrollar las habilidades que las industrias desean. Cada día escolar está lleno de actividad en la Academia de Liderazgo para Varones y en la Academia de Liderazgo para Jovencitas. Los futuros líderes están trabajando aquí, adquiriendo conocimiento, experiencias y carácter mientras desarrollan estrategias por la vida para el éxito. Avanza hacia tus sueños en la Academia I.M. Terrell para STEM y VPA. En el lado de STEM, los estudiantes diseñan y resuelven problemas en el espacio de fabricantes de alta tecnología. Los estudiantes de VPA se entrenan en estudios de vanguardia y actúan en una magnífica sala de espectáculos. Y las clases de humanidades en I.M. Terrell elevan el estudio de literatura, historia, arte y filosofía. Imagina aprender 2 o más idiomas, explorar culturas globales o tomar cursos académicos en inglés y español. El Instituto de Idiomas del Mundo es perfecto para estudiantes de programas de inmersión en español y lenguaje dual, así como para todos estudiantes ansiosos para aprender el estilo de inmersión en español. Las escuelas de selección no son solo para niños mayores. Colectivamente, 4 campos de aprendizaje aplicado sirven desde kinder hasta 8º grado. Los estudiantes aplican sus conocimientos para resolver problemas del mundo real mientras investigan el inmenso mundo. Nuestro programa Montessori guía a los estudiantes de kinder a 8º grado en salones de clase de varios grados que son seguros y respetuosos. Los estudiantes trabajan a través de lecciones, interactúan con otros, cultivan la autodisciplina y se adueñan a una temprana edad de su educación. Un gran comienzo para toda la vida de aprendizaje. Aprende más en fwisd.org/selecciones y elige tu camino hacia la universidad, la carrera y logros de por vida.
We are elated to just be here and to welcome you to our first annual Fort Worth ISD Signing Day. We celebrate our teacher residents and our bilingual teacher assistant program participants who will be participating and completing all of their educational requirements in the next month and then begin their educational career in August.
And at this time, Elena and Cheyenne, you may sign your letter of intent.
Today and every day in Fort Worth ISD, you are the most important people in this school district, because if we don't have quality teachers in every single classroom, our students can't grow and thrive.
A ver, dígame algo que han aprendido.
I want to be a teacher so that I can be a positive light in a child's life. I want to make kids happy to come to school. And I want to be the teacher that they feel is always there for them.
And at this time, Ebeth and Demaya, you can sign your letter of intent.
This program is not just a program, it's a testament to our commitment to educational excellence and innovation. I cannot commend it enough for its role in enriching our district and shaping the future of our education.
7 y 3 es mi par para hacer 10, ¿ok?
I want to be a teacher because I have a deep passion for learning and aspire to influence and impact others. My goal is to shape my students' lives and help them reach their full potential.
Okay.
Myra and Tony, you can sign your letter of intent.
No matter what part of town that you choose to serve in, what school, what grade level, what content, know that you are making a difference. And so we're delighted today to give you a letter of intent to be teachers in Fort Worth ISD for next school year. So congratulations and welcome to the Fort Worth ISD family.
We'll talk a little bit about the school data middle of the year, the new programs that we have coming out soon, and how we can work together to help our students. This is a little bit of the campus data compared with the district. What we want to be is above the norm.
Oh, we're doing data talks.
So first, in English, I went up 10 points, and in Spanish, I went up 11 points.
It is where the students are looking at their data and explaining to their parents what's going on, how much growth they've had, or how much they're achieving.
I feel good about reading, like the whole test, everything, the STAR that's coming up. I think she'll do good at it.
I scored a 513 early 3.
I just want to say kudos to you, because this is after 2 weeks of break, but we're still showing growth, which is awesome.
Hola miembros de la comunidad de Fort Worth ISD. En nuestro distrito, todos los días consideramos que los socios y los voluntarios son muy valiosos. Pero como empezamos la Semana Nacional de Apreciación de Socios y Voluntarios, queremos tomar un momento para expresar nuestra sincera gratitud por su dedicación y apoyo continuo. Celebramos el inmenso impacto que cada uno de ustedes tiene en nuestros estudiantes y en la comunidad. Este año tiene un significado especial, ya que conmemoramos el 50 aniversario de la Semana Nacional del Voluntario. A la luz de este gran momento, nuestro tema para la celebración de este año es Celebramos el Servicio. Su compromiso con nuestras escuelas, ya sea como padres, voluntarios corporativos, socios de lectura y escritura, o miembros de organizaciones religiosas, es realmente encomiable. Tus esfuerzos contribuyen no solo al desarrollo educativo de nuestros alumnos, sino también al tejido de nuestra comunidad. Juntos estamos liderando el cambio y transformando vidas. Su apoyo constante, especialmente a través de programas de tutoría, construcción de patios de recreo, jardines de aprendizaje y mucho más, ha sido extraordinario. Su dedicación garantiza que nuestros alumnos dispongan de los recursos que necesitan para prosperar. Al unirnos con el país para honrar su servicio, sepan que sus contribuciones no pasan sin ser notadas. Ustedes inspiran y sostienen nuestra misión de preparar a todos los estudiantes para el éxito de la universidad, la carrera y el liderazgo comunitario.
Gracias, voluntarios.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:35 p.m. with the quorum present. We're up to the consent agenda items. As board president, I am making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action items. Are there additional questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? Trustee Ryan?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move agenda item 10E2C to action.
Trustee Dar?
Yes, item 10B1 is approved Board of Education meeting dates for the 2024-2025 school year, and there were two options presented, so it would seem that due to that ambiguity, we would need to have some discussion on that before I could vote. I don't know what I'm voting for, because we haven't decided if we're voting for Tuesdays or Thursdays. Or how does this work?
Good evening, Superintendent Trustees. The recommendation was for the board to consider either at this moment. When we did the committee, I believe that the interest was to say we could either vote for the Tuesday dates or for the Thursday dates. So I would anticipate that perhaps discussion or somebody making a motion would proposing Tuesdays or Thursdays.
So we're not committing to either Tuesdays or Thursdays tonight. We're committing to that the meetings will be on either Tuesday or Thursday?
Our recommendation would be that it's pulled for discussion and the board decides this evening whether it would be Tuesdays or Thursdays.
That would be my preference as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Lynch?
Yes, motion to move 10C1A to action.
Can you please repeat which one Dr. Ryan pulled?
Yes, we have.
So that I know what I'm voting on.
Yes, we have 10E2C that's been pulled to action and 10C1A that's been pulled, moved to action rather. And we do need someone to pull for discussion 10B1, or was that you, Trustee Dar?
Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda except for item 10E2C, 10C1A, and 10B1 for discussion?
So moved, President Rodriguez.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Okay. Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously. Now let's move to action items. Items removed. We will vote on 10C1A. Do I have a motion?
I had a quick question. Carmen, I guess, can you mechanically let us know kind of what's happening here on this item?
Yes, absolutely.
So Trustee Lynch, this particular amendment is basically a budget amendment for the debt service fund. And so we had two components to this. The first component is the changes in the revenue that we have. So if you look on the second to the last column where it says add and subtract, we are lowering our estimate of property taxes due to the estimate that we've come up with on our current year levy. And then on the prior year, we've received a great deal of refunds to the point that they're actually in the negative position, mostly due to the changes due to the $100,000 exemption. And so there's been a lot of requests for refunds as well as litigation that has been settled. So we've gotten an extraordinary amount of refunds. So typically we see a positive, a positive revenue number, but in this case, it's actually contra revenue. So we need to take that as the adjustment. And then we had some other small adjustments related to the penalties, investment, and the state revenue. So that comprises of a reduction of approximately $6,235,000 in revenue. The second item is below the line in our expenditures. So we actually reached out to our auditors and to TEA, and that needs to be a reclassification of the original adjustment that we made for our defeasance. So instead of being categorized as something that is other uses under 8949, we have to categorize it to function 71 under bond principal.
Okay.
So it's a reclassification.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now we're on to item 10EC2. Do I have a motion?
10E2C.
Yes, 10E2C. I'll move for that. Do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Trustee Ryan?
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank administration for all the information they provided on the questions I asked. It really helped me understand what we were trying to do. With all this, I'm still at a position where I really think that some of this motion and moving money should wait until we get information from the people telling us what we need to do to reorganize our schools. Other than that, I understand where they were trying to go, but I think some of it would be better if we waited until we got the information from the company we've contracted with to provide that.
Any other discussion? Please move, Trustee Jackson.
Yes, thank you, President Rodriguez. Could we get some clarification from staff, please, about the ramifications of moving the money and if we needed to move the money back? Is this a permanent move?
So the amendment is requested based on the budgets necessary for the projects to be completed. As you see indicated where the money is being moved, those projects have come in over budget, and so in order for us to complete those projects, we will need those funds. It is possible that through that process, some of that money could be saved, and at that time, money could be moved back. It's also possible that that money will be needed for other projects.
Thank you.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 6-3. Now we're on to item 10B1. Do I have a motion? This is a calendar. Trustee Dar, do I have a second?
Well, I move,
What? Go ahead.
I move that we select a calendar. However, there will be discussion that follows, correct? Do we need to move first? Or have the discussion?
Generally under Roberts, yes. So make a motion on one, and then if you want to change it, you could change it after the discussion.
Okay, I move to maintain the calendars on Tuesdays.
Motion by Trustee Dar, second by Trustee Luebanos. Any discussion? Trustee Phillips?
Yes, ma'am. This is where we're moving to table this, or we discussing this now, or we moving this, so we'll be able to table to further discuss what days we want it. You can discuss it right now as far as Tuesday or Thursday. Okay. Tuesday.
Does anybody want it on Thursday? Or do y'all want a discussion on why we want it? It might be a possibility to move it to Thursday, or do we, okay. Okay, well, the motion's made to maintain the meetings on. Trustee Lynch?
I just have a comment for the discussion. If we're going to look at moving the date, Monday would be the consideration.
Trustee Dar?
I concur that if we move the dates of the meetings from Tuesday, I would prefer Monday as well. However, I am also ready to move forward with Tuesday.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please move to voting.
Could you please clarify the motion?
Okay, the motion is to have our meetings remain on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Motion carries 8-1. Okay, next item is 11B, Personnel, the Executive Director of Risk Management. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Ramsey?
Thank you. We want to welcome to Fort Worth ISD Daryl T. Edwards, who is here this evening. Thank you for coming over and helping us with our risk management, and we look forward to your start date and doing great things within the district. Congratulations.
Let's continue with action items. 11C1A, approve recommendation to terminate certain probationary contract employees at the end of the contract period in the best interest of the district pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Do I have a motion?
Yes, President Rodriguez. I move to terminate the probationary contract of Wendy Armstrong at the end of the contract period in the best interest of the district pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is
11C1G, Madam Board President.
11C1G, approve renewal and awarding a probationary and term Chapter 21 contracts of specified certified employees for the 2024-2025 contract year. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Bridges. Motion carries unanimously. Next item, 11C2A, approve Texas Education Agency waiver request for low attendance due to safety-related concerns. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. 11C3A, this item is a duplicate, so no action needed. On to 11D1A, approve adoption and related purchase of science, technology, applications, career and technical education, and personal financial literacy and economics instructional resources called for in Proclamation 2024. Do I have a motion? Trustee Luevanos, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 11D1B, approve purchase of math instructional materials and professional learning support. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. 11D1C, approve purchase of math instructional materials and professional learning support. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Luevanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. 11E1A, approve fuel supply and storage management services agreement. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Item 11E1B, approve additional student shuttle services. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now 11E2A, approve authorization to negotiate with construction manager at risk for GMP amendment for construction services for Leonard Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Dard, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-1. The time is 9:55 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.